Yes, it is. Here we are, episode 100 of No News is News. I'm your host, Alex R. Wagner, and this is going to be a long one. A long one, but a very important one. Because this episode of No News is News is going to be a live discovery using the highest of AI tools and algorithms to analyze every page of the Jeffrey Epstein birthday book so that we can further understand what we should have understood on September 10th and 11th, but we had the Charlie Kirk assassination that kind of threw the media through a loop. The second this book was released, we were sent into chaos from that story and other stories moving forward. And now, finally, episode 100 of my little tiny podcast right here, we're going to figure it out. We're going to look into all of it because it sent my mind backwards. I thought that I had it all solved. I thought I had my own, I had a winning perspective on Epstein. I thought that Ghislaine Maxwell's interview was mostly truthful. I thought that she was being vague about being rich and vague about her crimes, but that this was some sort of model industry, 15 to 18-year-old hustle style mentality, Americana. It's the 90s, anything goes, sexual exploitation, sex ring thing. There were a few moments of the Ghislaine Maxwell interview that stood out to me that were very weird. One of which she was saying that her dad was never rich. Okay. And then the other one was that, like, the conversation around massages. Like, she kept acting like massages were just massages, like the massages that we all get. Like, oh, yeah, it's just a massage. But then, like, as we got through the deeper into the conversation, it was discovered that, like, most of these massages that were happening with the woman being topless. So, and she left that part out. She said that she was, not really a sexual person, but she left out the part where all the women are topless that are massaging Epstein in public. So that interview was weird, but it made me feel like that's where we were headed. That was until the birthday book, because Ghislaine Maxwell actually confirms that this book is real in her interview that the Trump administration released from her in prison. Those 2 days of sit downs at 6.5 hours, which was a full podcast of mine that you can go and check out. Those were they were the same, like this book has been, I'm getting very distracted by my light. I'm trying to think in my head what I should do. I think I'm going to unplug the light, let it die. When it dies, we'll go to room light and then we'll come back. But again, this is going to be a very long episode because we're going to go page by page through this entire book, because now that we know that the book is real, and then we saw what the Donald Trump letter was in the book, this whole thing makes like hardly any sense. And then Charlie Kirk getting assassinated 2 days later, all of us ignoring it, them not being able to get the Epstein files out. They're still fighting for it. Hopefully soon we can get those files out to the public, because I think there might be more here now. I didn't think there was a lot there. I thought it was kind of just some silly sexploitation ring where they like took a law firm and like exploited it with a list of clients to like make money from prostitutes that they got on the street for him. I was on the Ghislaine Maxwell camp, but she also confirmed that the book was real, that this birthday book was real. And if this birthday book is real, and this is the birthday book that the estate is being subpoenaed and released to the public, boy, oh boy, guys. Yikes. And so with that said, let's get into it. Let's do the first page right here. Right now, I'm going to silence my phone because we got some end of the year baseball results. Go Cubs. Coming in here. But let's start now. First, we got the context, the contents. These are all apparently the people that are in the book. There's a lot of extra people that have been blocked out. Those are all girlfriends. One thing that's interesting to me, and the special assistants, they're all blocked out too. Again, like special assistants. So why is Ghislaine Maxwell in prison, but the special assistants, they're somehow redacted? All the girlfriends being redacted, understood, I guess, if we're implying that they're victims. But if they're over 18, if they write in this book, then they write in this book. I mean, if George Michael's writing in this book and we're going to not redact George Michael or Donald Trump, then I don't think that we should be redacting the girlfriends of Jeffrey Epstein. They may have things to say. Two people redacted from Brooklyn. These are just Brooklyn people that he knows. And then we have more girlfriends that were redacted, children that were redacted, one friend that was redacted, and a few family members. I like that two of the friends are redacted. How does that happen? Remember, this is a Democratic commission oversight House committee releasing this. There are Republicans on the committee, but yeah, there's that. So that said, page 1 or House oversight page specimen 5. Okay, we're on page 5, specimen 5. Going to go to our nifty difty AI. So here's the deal with our AI analyzation. I have worked with Gemini and AI in building out a complex chatbot in which it spits out facts, simple news-based facts and results. It sifts through the internet. It gives any association to Jeffrey Epstein, any association to the crimes with the person that are stated in the page of the document, as well as what the page of the document says and what it represents for evidence in the disclosure of this 238-page book. We are on page 5 out of 238, and this is our first full page. So in this page, we have the forward letter, okay? Transcript, letter reads, Jeffrey, the idea behind the book was simple, to gather stories and old photographs to jog your memory and about places, people, and different events. Some of the letters will definitely achieve their intended goal. Some, well, you will have to read them to see for yourself. I know you will enjoy looking through the book, and I hope you will derive as much pleasure as I did looking through it as I did putting it together for you. Happy birthday. Love, Ghislaine. The letter serves as the foreword to the scrapbook-style gift for Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday in 2003. The tone is personal and affectionate, indicating a close relationship between the writer and Epstein. The sentence, some of the letters will definitely achieve their intended goal. Some, well, you will have to read them to see for yourself, suggests inside jokes and potentially risque content contributed by various friends and acquaintances. The letter was written and signed by Ghislaine Maxwell, a British former associate, born in France on December 25th, 1961. Yes, that is Christmas Day, 1961. She is the youngest child of a British media tycoon, Robert Maxwell. After her father's death in 1991, when he was pushed off the side of a boat by, some say Mossad, some say not, he was a lifelong supporter of Israel. She moved to New York City, where she became a prominent socialite and began her association with Jeffrey Epstein. Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein had a close and long-standing relationship. They were romantically involved in the early 1990s and remained closely associated for over 2 decades. Maxwell managed Epstein's properties and was instrumental in introducing him to wealthy and powerful individuals. She was a key figure in his social and personal life, often described as his Lady of the House. Ghislaine Maxwell's ties to Jeffrey Epstein led to her involvement in his sex trafficking scandal. In 2010, she was arrested and charged with crimes related to the recruitment and grooming of underage girls for Epstein. In December of 2021, Maxwell was convicted on 5 federal charges, including sex trafficking of a minor. In June of 2022, she was sentenced to 20 years in prison. Her conviction was upheld in the U.S. court in September of 2024. The charges detailed that from 1994 to 2004, Maxwell assisted and participated in Epstein's abuse of minor girls by recruiting and grooming them. Victims were as young as 14 years old. That is this page. So on to the next one, guys. House Oversight Document, page 6. We are on page 6. To clarify, we are there. There we go. Okay. Page 6. This document contains 2 parts, a copy of a birth certificate and a handwritten note with details from infancy. Birth certificate. This is the official certificate of the City of New York's Department of Health providing the following details. Name, Jeffrey Edward Epstein. Date of birth, January 20th, 1953. Place of birth, Coney Island Hospital, Brooklyn, New York. Father's name, Seymour G. Epstein. Mother's maiden name, Pauline Stroll. Parents' residence, Brooklyn, New York. And handwritten note. Below the certificate is a handwritten page, likely from a baby book, of a parent's personal records. It contains personal details about Epstein's birth and early life. Time of birth and name records the time as 4/14 and provides a Jewish name of Yisrael. Oh, Yisrael. Yisrael. Okay. Birth certificate has a Jewish name, Yisrael. For Mr. Jeffrey Epstein. Jewish name, Yisrael. Birth measurements. Weight is listed as 6 pounds, 2 ounces, and length as 19 inches. Early medical details. It mentions a pediatrician, Dr. Schreier, an infection, a visit from another doctor for an infection, and notes about a flu shot in late March, followed by a fever. Contradictory information. The note lists the hospital as Bethel and the doctor as Dr. Desperado, which differs from the official birth certificate. This could be due to a post-birth hospital transfer, care from a different doctor, or a simple misremembering of details. The subject of the document is Jeffrey Edward Epstein, and it provides a factual biographical information about his birth. The certificate officially records his birth, while the handwritten note offers a more personal glimpse into his infancy, likely penned by one of his parents. This document in itself is not tied to any of Epstein's scandals. It is a historical record from 1953, decades before the criminal activities for which he became known. Its relevance comes from its inclusion in a larger set of documents collected by the House Oversight Committee during the investigations into Epstein, his estate, and his network. The documents are part of the public record, providing background on an individual who was later a convicted sex offender involved in sex trafficking. Okay. Next page. Page 7 is features a photograph with a handwritten caption below it. These are your godly guards before you began traveling with presidents and getting the army and secret service to guard you. Okay, it's already getting pretty weird here, guys. The photograph shows Jeffrey Epstein in a dark suit standing with three men in camouflage uniforms who are holding rifles, and the setting appears to be indoors. The caption is written in an informal, teasing tone. The author, likely Ghislaine Maxwell, who compiled the book, is nostalgically or jokingly referring to an earlier time in Epstein's life. The note contrasts his past reliance on these private godly guards with his later status, implying that he had become so powerful and well connected that he was traveling with presidents and being protected by official state security like the army and secret service. So again, like her interview, very contrary to this book that she like basically claims is reality. She's like, yeah, I wrote that book. Okay, there's a book. Okay. Well, then, Ghislaine, she wrote the book. You're telling me that he had nothing to do with these people, really? Oh, he didn't really have a lot to do with these people. Not really. He just like went to that meeting there. He knew him because of like my husband or whatever. Bullshit. Here you are, 4 pages in. We're already claiming Secret Service style protections. Wow. While the photograph itself does not depict any illegal activities, its caption is significant in the context of Epstein's scandal. The note explicitly mentions Epstein's traveling with the presidents. This alludes to his well-documented association with the powerful world leaders, most notably former U.S. President Bill Clinton, who flew on Epstein's private jet on multiple occasions. Now, according to her, that was all just like one thing for AIDS, and it was 53 times during like a travel log for AIDS. Like, contrary to what they're now putting in his 50th birthday book, being like, now you're protected by presidents and world leaders. You're one of them. He was like, oh, with him once, man. Not a big deal. These high-level connections who were central to the controversy surrounding Epstein, as they created an image of impunity and raised questions about how his criminal enterprise operated for decades without consequence. The image and caption together paint a picture of Epstein's immense wealth, international lifestyle, and the security apparatus he maintained. The projection of power and access was a key element in how he allegedly intimidated victims and associates, and operated his sex trafficking ring across his various properties and during his extensive travels. As a contribution to his private 50th birthday book, this page serves as evidence that Epstein's growing influence and association with the highest level of power were well known and even a topic of casual conversation within his inner circles. All right, guys. How are we holding up? How's the stream? How are we feeling? We're doing good? All right. Keeping it alive. Next page. Page 8 features a Cub Scout graduation certificate with a handwritten note at the bottom. The main part of the document is a Cub Scout graduation certificate. Purpose: to certify that Jeffrey Epstein, a member of Pac 11 in the Hempstead District, achieved a rank of Lion Webelos. Date: January 5th, 1963. At this time, Epstein was nearly 10 years old. Achievement: having completed his Cub Scout work, he was deemed eligible to become a tenderfoot scout in the Boy Scouts. At the bottom of the page, a handwritten note says, "No graduate, he's left." Now, I want to make sure that we are on the right one. Okay, no graduate left. No graduate, he's left. The certificate itself is a Bennigan piece of childhood memorabilia showing Jeffrey Epstein's involvement in a common American youth organization. The significance lies in its context as part of the 50th birthday book compiled for him by Ghislaine Maxwell. The handwritten note, "No graduate, he's left," adds a layer of commentary. The tone of the note. The note appears to be a sarcastic or ironic inside joke. Given the later revelations about Epstein's sexual abuse and exploitation, the phrase could be interpreted by a dark double meaning, though its original intent in 2003 was likely a playful jab known only by Epstein and his inner circles. This document serves to create a stark contrast between the image of an ordinary all-American childhood and the reality of Epstein's adult life as a convicted sex offender who orchestrated a vast sex trafficking ring. For investigators, documents like this from Epstein's personal effects help build a biographical picture and provide insight into his personal relationships and how he and his associates viewed his life and history. The personal joking annotations by a key conspirator like Ghislaine Maxwell are of particular interest. All right, next one here. All right. Page 9 contains a photograph of Jeffrey Epstein's childhood with a handwritten caption. Content. The black and white photos show 3 young boys standing in front of a brick wall. Based on the date, one of them is Jeffrey Epstein. I'm realizing that I have this pulled all the way up, so I'm going to pull that down a little bit. I think that should be like there. I think we're still good. I did lower it, guys, so if you had already fixed your audio, now fix your audio again. Here we go. The black and white photo shows 3 young boys standing in front of a brick wall. Based on the date, one of them is Jeffrey Epstein. The photo is stamped JUL 57, indicating it was taken July of 1957. As Epstein was born in January 1953, he would have been 4.5 years old at the time. He is likely the smallest child in the center of the photograph. Below the picture, a handwritten caption asks, "The first girlfriend?" The document itself is another piece of personal memorabilia, a seemingly innocent childhood photo. Its significance comes entirely from an added commentary and the context of whom Epstein became. The caption is clearly sarcastic and intended as an inside joke. Since the photograph features 3 boys, the question, "the first girlfriend?" is humorous, nonsensical comment on the picture. Though this light-hearted, teasing tone is consistent with the other captions in the birthday book, likely written by Ghislaine Maxwell. Viewed through the lens of Epstein's later crimes, the note takes a grim and disturbing irony. Epstein's life becomes defined by a sexual predication and the abuse of underage girls. A playful childhood joke about a, quote, girlfriend made by his chief accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, became unsettling and macabre in retrospect. Like the other documents in the book, it highlights the jarring disconnect between the curated personal history of Epstein and the criminal reality of his adult life. Whew. Whew. All right. So there we are. Oh, wait, we're still going here. Next one's up. Pulling it up. Next page. Page 10. Another page from the scrapbook. Created for Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday. The black and white photograph shows a younger Jeffrey Epstein, likely in his 20s or early 30s. He has dark curly hair and is wearing a light-colored suit jacket over a dark open collar shirt, typical of 1970s or early 1980s fashion. He is seated and appears contemplative and resting his chin on his hand. Beneath the photograph, a short handwritten caption reads, "As you were then." This page functions as a nostalgic look back at an earlier period in Jeffrey Epstein's life, fitting the scrapbook's theme of the first 50 years. The phrase, "as you were then," is a simple, common expression of reminiscence, looking back at the person's past self. The image captures Epstein before he accumulated extreme wealth and notoriety. This period likely corresponded to his time as a teacher at the Dalton School, 1974 to 1976, or his early years in the financials at Bear Stearns, starting in 1976. While the image and caption are insidious on their own, their inclusion in the book, curated by Ghislaine Maxwell, is part of building a personal history of Epstein. In the context of the later scandal, this memento serves as a highlight the stark contrast between Epstein's public and private life. It presents an image of a seemingly normal young man, which stands in jarring opposition to the criminal sexual enterprise he would later build. For investigators and the public, such documents offer a glimpse into how Epstein's inner circle constructed and viewed his story, separate from the hidden reality of his abuse. Okay, guys, and now we are finally caught up. That thing's bugging me. I'm gonna unplug it. We're gonna let that light run out. I'm gonna unplug it, and we're gonna let that light run out, and then when it goes out, we're just going to turn on the house light, plug that one in, because the flickering driving me nuts. So give me 1 second here, guys. Oh, man. No more surging for you. We're not surging here. We're not surging here. Let's come check in, make sure that we're all good on our live streams. Anybody got any questions yet? Nothing for me yet. Here we are. We are now 10 pages into the book, page 11, and we are about to do page 11. This is the thing with this. All right. Page 11. Maybe I should have had them all think beforehand, because sometimes the AI doesn't want to do all of the stuff when there's 8,000 things running in the background. But I had the first 10 pages already done, because I just wanted to see how it would play out for us. And here we go with page 11. I want to make sure our pages are correct on our stream. Yes, we're matched up. Page 11. And page 11 of the 50th birthday book contains two items, a business card and a photograph. One, the business card. At the top of the page is a business card for Epstein as a young musician. Name, Jeffrey Epstein. Instrument, piano, accordion. Accordion, really? Fucking accordion, bro. Slogan, all occasions. Phone, 212-ES3-2262. This card shows an early entrepreneurial venture for Epstein, marketing himself as a musician for hire. Okay, so he was a musician. That's what he was first. That's what we're going with, really? Thought he was like a mathematician. Thought he was a math genius. Oh my God. The bottom of the page features a black and white photograph of a band performing. Content: a young boy identified as Epstein is seated in the center playing an accordion. He is surrounded by adult male band members. Notes written on the photo provide specific context. Band name: Rhapsody in Blue. Event location: Barton Harish Benty Burith Winth Hotel, Kamamisha Lake, a resort area in the Catskills of New York. Date, September 22nd, 1961. Given Epstein's birthday of January 20th, 1953, he would have been 8 years old in this photograph. He would have been 8 years old. He would have been 8 years old in this photograph. Is that right? Oh, okay. It is. It's a kid. It's a little kid. All right. So he was upstate. So again, like his parents weren't. I mean, come on. They're going to the Catskills in the 60s, in 1861, and he was playing the accordion with the band. Okay. This page documents Jeffrey Epstein's childhood as a talented and performing musician. The business card and the dated photograph work together to provide evidence of this early part of his life, decades before he entered the world of finance. Like the other childhood memorabilia in the book, this document is not related to Epstein's later criminal activities. Its significance is purely contextual. It adds to the biographical timeline of Epstein's life, showing his early talent and ambition. The image of an 8-year-old musician-performer creates a disturbing contrast with the man he becomes, a serial sexual predator. There's a sharp disconnect between his seemingly normal, even prestigious youth and his criminal adult life is a recurring theme in the scrapbook. It provides a glimpse into the life story that was celebrated by his inner circle, which stands in stark opposition to the hidden reality of his crimes. Okay. Next one, guys. Oh, we got Ferris wheel here. Page 12. Page 12. Got a Ferris wheel here. Page 12. Get ready for the Ferris wheel. How's everybody doing? We got any chats in the chat back? I think maybe that the word was macabre. Yeah, exactly. Thank you for the comment. The word was macabre. I cannot condone my own reading skills here, but I'm trying my best as we're going through all this, guys. All right, here we go. Page 12. Oh, I'm getting stuffed up too here in a little bit. Page 12. It features 2 iconic photographs of Coney Island, Brooklyn, and handwritten text. Top photograph, a picture of a parachute jump, a famous landmark on the Coney Island boardwalk. Bottom photograph, a picture of the Wonder Wheel, another well-known amusement park ride at the Coney Island. Handwritten text. The note is split into 2 parts on the page. Top left. So from Brooklyn. Bottom right. 2. ... Interpretation and connection to Epstein's scandal. This page marks the beginning of the narrative arc within the scrapbook, highlighting Jeffrey Epstein's journey from his humble origins to his later life of immense wealth and power. Jeffrey Epstein was born and raised in Brooklyn. The use of the photos of iconic Coney Island landmarks directly references his childhood home and modest beginnings. This aligns with the factual birth certificate shown on the previous page of the book. The phrase, so from Brooklyn to, with being a casual form of you are or you are, is a sentence fragment that implies a significant transition. You're so from Brooklyn too. Oh, you're so from Brooklyn too. The scrapbook is framing his life as a rags to riches story, starting with his Brooklyn roots and moving on to something much grander, which is presumably detailed in subsequent pages. The page itself does not depict an illicit activity. Its relevance to the scandals is in how it contributes to the Epstein's mythos, the narrative of a self-made genius that he and his associates projected. The carefully crafted image of success and upward mobility stands in stark contrast to the criminal reality that his fortune was used to finance a sophisticated sex trafficking operation. The scrapbook's celebratory telling of his life story, including this nod to his humble start, is chilling in retrospect as it completely ignores the predatory nature of his adult life. Okay. It is interesting because she's sort of I don't know that we can call it like the 90s or like it was just a part of the times or anything like that, because like this lady is like building a rags to riches story of him at the beginning of his 50th birthday book, while at the same time like being like, you're a musician, or while at the same time being like, first girlfriend, oh my god, like you were using women then too, right? You were in charge of women then too. You were such a fucking did it. It's weird. It makes me like, I don't know. It creeps me out. It makes me feel very cult. There's a very cult-like behavior to all of it. And she seems like she's kind of sort of drowning in the mythos that is this man. Next one. Here we go. I don't know why I'm getting stuffed up while I'm talking to you. Okay, so here we are with this guy. Page 13. Page 13. And then after this one, I'm going to go to the bathroom and blow my nose because I'm fucking stuffed up and I don't know why. All right, page 13 continues the narrative from the previous page of Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday scrapbook. It uses a series of photographs and captions to illustrate the massive growth of his wealth and lifestyle. The page is a collage of photos with handwritten notes, creating a from this to that wow. Okay. I'm gonna go blow my nose. I don't know what's going on, but I'm losing it, guys. I gotta take a second here. Give me a second. Okay. I'm going to be here for a while tonight, so if I take a break, I take a fucking break, and you just deal with it. That's what we do here, okay? So, with that said, let's start back over on page 13. Jeffrey Epstein's scrapbook. Wealth and status. This page is a collage of photos with handwritten notes, creating a from this to that comparison. Top photo and caption. Image. 2 private jets on a tarmac. Note. Quote, from a smaller plane to a bigger plane. Cirque 1995. This shows his progression to owning larger, more luxurious aircrafts. Mid-photo and caption. Image. A man standing in a doorway surrounded by several pieces of luggage. Note. From what you thought was a huge amount of luggage. Bottom photo and caption. Image. Several photos showing a SUV completely packed with an enormous quantity of boxes and luggage. Quote, to a truly huge amount of luggage. This illustrates an escalation to the scale of his travel and belongings, far surpassing what was previously considered a huge amount. This page continues the story that began with the From Brooklyn to explicited, detailed in the tangible symbols of Epstein's escalating wealth and extravagant lifestyle. The private jets, the celebratory note about acquiring a bigger plane is particularly chilling in retrospect. Epstein's private jets, most notoriously the Boeing 727, nicknamed the Lolita Express, were central instruments in his sex trafficking operation. He used these planes to fly underage girls and powerful guests between his properties in New York, Florida, New Mexico, and his private island in the U.S. Virgin Islands. The page treats the aircraft as a status symbol, starkly contrasting with its actual use in the facilitating criminal activities. A lifestyle of excess. The photo depicting a, quote, truly huge amount of luggage emphasized the immense resources and logistical scale of Epstein's life. This vast wealth and extent in contrast to mobility across multiple homes were key enablers of his criminal enterprise, allowing him to operate in different jurisdictions and maintain control over his victims for decades. The scrapbook frames this excess as a celebratory achievement. Wow. Yeah, it's kind of like that thing, the VH1 like rags to riches thing that they were doing, like did you see Jeffrey Epstein's plane and he's so fucking amazing and look what he did here and here. But like if we're looking at the raw details of these things, it's pretty impressive if you're touching them yourself. And like we're not like, if you're Jeffrey Epstein and you are a pedophile, you're not thinking about being a pedophile all day. I don't think so anyway. I think you just like use that as the power. But that's again, like, where's the money coming from? What was the job? Was he just a fucking sex pimp? Because we're here with his 50th birthday book, and so far all it's saying is like, you did a lot of awesome stuff, Jeffrey. Way to go, Jeffrey. You made it, Jeffrey. And then like some weird sex innuendos. So that said, here we go, page 14. Page 14. Remember, guys, you can always send in a chat, and I will read all chats out loud. We can have a conversation here tonight as we're going and see what happens. We're on page 14 out of 238, I think. Damn. Ooh. Ooh. All right, here we go. Page 14 of the book. Page 14 of Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday scrapbook that invigorates his extensive properties and luxurious assets. The page is a collage of photographs and handwritten notes listing Epstein's possessions around the year 2003. Photographs, top left, an aerial view of a sprawling desert estate, identified by the note Zorro as Epstein's Zorro Ranch in New Mexico. Top right, an aerial view of his private island compound in the U.S. Virgin Islands with the caption Little St. James. Bottom photo, two interior shots displaying the opulent decor of his homes. Handwritten list. The text catalogs his major real estate holdings and other assets. Zorro, Little St. James, Paris, New York, Palm Beach, Slots, referring to property in Slotsburg, New York. 20 plus cars. And then you added a train. And then it's two interpreted. Okay, I guess it didn't follow through on the action. Let me try to do the action again. This happens sometimes. when you ask it to run things too much, freezes up on the tokenism. This is how AI works. It does help us out. It does get us to understand things more. But at the same time, sometimes it doesn't give us a full answer. Yeah, it's weird. Again, like how are you gonna at all be on the side of like Epstein was just a dude when it's like they just listed all these places he apparently lived and everything, but like you couldn't, like how's he get all this? Not like are they implying that his accordion music did this? I don't understand. It's either that or the girlfriend thing. I don't know. Nothing about what you do for a living in here, sir. Oh, okay. I guess it was 20 plus cars under the island photo. A caption reads, Little Saint Jeff, a playful name on Little Saint James. The list concludes with, and you added a train, and then interpretation and connection to Epstein scandals. This page is one of the most damning in the scrapbook when viewing through the lens of Epstein's crimes. It is cheerfully analogs the very locations that were the primary scenes of the sexual abuse and trafficking operation. Yeah, that's pretty accurate. All right. Page 15, y'all. Here we go. Page 15. Put her on the disc. Oh, man. Come on. Guys, there's a train. We have a train here. What's it going to say about the train? When did he buy the train? What's up with the train? What is the train? Everybody, what is the train? Run it. Gemini, explain the train to me. Please. Do. Oh man, that's a tough one. Okay, here we go. This is a doozy. Page 15 concludes with a narrative thread from the previous page of the scrapbook revealing the train mentioned earlier. The page is divided into two sections, each with a photo and a handwritten caption. Top photo and note, image, a red Santa Fe railroad caboose, ATSF 999131. Note, from the planes to helicopters to trains, happy birthday. And a second note, where do you want it? Coming through the pass? Bottom photo and note, image, the interior of the caboose, which has been converted into a small functioning living space with a kitchenette. Note, it is air conditioned with a shower and a loo. Okay, so bragging about how they turned a caboose from a train into a thing. So it just seems like it's a poem by a rich lady that works for a rich guy about all of the stuff that he has so far. That's what it seems like. This page celebrates another example of Jeffrey Epstein's extreme and eccentric wealth, following the theme of his progression from the humble beginnings to a life of unimaginable luxury. The acquisition of a private, fully functional railroad caboose is presented as the next logical step after private jets and helicopters. The notes, written in a celebratory and joking tone, highlighting the absurdity of his purchasing power. He can not only buy a train car, but also seemingly have it delivered to a remote location coming through the pass, likely his Zorro Ranch in New Mexico. The Zorro Ranch. This caboose was reportedly located at Epstein's sprawling isolated Zorro Ranch. The ranch was a key location in his sex trafficking operation, a place where multiple victims alleged they were taken and abused. The ranch's vastness and remoteness provided Epstein with the privacy and control needed to commit his crimes without scrutiny. The lighthearted tone of the page, "Happy Birthday, it is air-conditioned with a shower and a loo," demonstrates how Epstein's criminal lifestyle was financed and viewed within his inner circle. The extravagant and bizarre purchase is treated as fun, impressive accomplishment. It underscores the complete disconnect between the celebratory nature of the narrative and his life presented in the scrapbook and the grim reality of his wealth, with built upon and used to facilitate the abuse of young women and girls. The caboose becomes another asset in his private, isolated kingdom where he operated with impunity. This chatbot's getting really upset at Epstein as we keep going here. Uh-oh. We got a topless lady in this one. This is exactly why we did Gemini. I'm actually on like the creator program Ultra AI Gemini, and it's because it has some safety features I can pull off of it so that we can do ones like this. Because if you do this on ChatGPT, it'll just be like, sex trafficking, no. And if you do it on Grok, it'll just be like, the Democrats said everybody's gay, and I'm a Nazi. I'm so cool. And I'm like, all right, I don't need any of that. I just need Google, like, tell me the real shit. Here we go. Are you guys ready for this one? All right. Page 16 of Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday book is focused on his personal relationship, significantly the beginning of his association with Ghislaine Maxwell. The context description. The page contains 2 photographs with handwritten captions. Top photo and note. Image. A young man, presumably Epstein, on a sailboat embracing a woman in a bikini. The woman's face has been redacted with a black box. Note. Look closely and you can see the face you have been looking for. Bottom photo and note. Jeffrey Epstein in a red snowsuit standing closely with Ghislaine Maxwell on a wooden bridge in a snowy wooden setting. On the first date, Christmas 1991. Okay. This page is highly significant and it provides a personal first-hand account of the beginning of the intimate relationship between Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, written by Maxwell herself. Ghislaine Maxwell. The bottom photograph explicitly identifies Ghislaine Maxwell and dates her first date with Epstein to Christmas 1991. Maxwell became Epstein's closest associate and was later convicted as his primary accomplice for her role in recruiting, grooming, and trafficking underage girls for him. This page establishes the long-standing and intimate nature of their partnership, which formed the core of his criminal enterprise. The redacted woman. The identity of the woman in the top photograph is unknown and her face is redacted, consistent with the redactions made throughout the publicly released book to protect the privacy of individuals or prominent victims. The narrative and tone. The caption, "Look closely and you can see the face you have been looking for," is a playful setup leading to the reveal of Ghislaine Maxwell in a picture below. The tone is affectionate and nostalgic, framing the start of their relationship as a romantic memory. This personal framing stands in a horrific contrast to the criminal conspiracy they would go on to orchestrate. For investigators, this page serves as direct evidence from Maxwell confirming the timeline and intimacy of her decades-long association with Mr. Epstein. Let's take a look at that one real quick here. I think it's very interesting to me that we're now, 15 pages into this fucking thing? 16 pages into this thing. And it was basically like, you're a rock star, you're awesome, you played the accordion, you bought a bunch of properties, you have a bunch of boats, you're a pretty fucking cool guy, pretty awesome guy. Here's a topless lady you were hugging when you were a teenager, and here's you with me. I love you. Kind of weird. Not even kind of weird, just super weird. Now, family. Are you ready? Family. Okay. So, our first page in family. It's interesting. People that commit really crazy crimes like this, they usually do things like this, where they essentially like admit their own wrongdoing themselves, kind of gloat about it, put the trophy on the shelf, so to speak, that kind of thing. And from what I can see of this whole like book, that's what it seems like happened here. Like, it's a nice lie that she pulled there, and she got to go into the minimum security of prison, and she was definitely touting Trump in that interview. You could tell that, cushioning him up. But I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker, until I was like, wait a minute. If she wrote the book and then the book's real, then let me check the book. Oh, whoa. This is what's in the book? It's a wild fucking book. All right. Page 18 of the Jeffrey Epstein 50th birthday book is a collage of 4 vintage photographs, seemingly from a family album. The page features 4 splendid tone and black and white photos that appear to be from the early to mid 20th century. Top left, a photo of a man in an old-fashioned wrestling or strongman singlet kneeling. It is dated 1935. Top right, a formal portrait of a group of 4 people, likely representing multiple generations of a family. Bottom left, a family portrait showing a seated man and a woman with 4 young girls. Bottom right, a photograph of a young woman in a white dress dated August 5th, 1934. These photographs are almost certainly images of Jeffrey Epstein's ancestors, his parents, grandparents, or other relatives. This page shifts the focus from the scrapbook of Epstein's own life of access back to his family roots and heritage, a common element in a milestone birthday tribute. The inclusion of these family photos serves to ground Epstein's life story in a traditional family history. After pages celebrating his massive wealth and controversial associates, this page attempts to present a more conventional, quote, normal background. It is part of a building of the first 50 years narrative. The photographs themselves are historical family heirlooms and have no connection whatsoever to Epstein's criminal activities. The significance of this page with the broader context of the Epstein case is how it contributes to the carefully curated and deceptive public-facing narrative. By presenting these images of an ordinary family history, the scrapbook compiled by his chief accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell, created a veneer of normalcy. This stands in stark and disturbing contrast to the decades of sexual abuse and trafficking that were the reality of his adult life. It is an example of the stark duality between the seemingly mundane aspects of his biography and the monstrous nature of his crimes. Okay. So now we are on page 19. Page 19. More family photos here. So these will, if it just gives me the same kind of straight answer about family photos, I'll skip it. But let's see if it gives me any information about these ones. This is the thing about these kind of pieces, investigations, whatever you have it. Like, even the Ghislaine Maxwell thing, it's like nobody, like, I put it out as a full podcast, and I'll put this out as a full podcast, because I hope that if you're sitting in the car for days on end and you're bored, you might stick this on or get it thrown into your algorithm or something some year from now. But it's very hard to retain this amount of information and not get exhausted and give up. And that's exactly what anybody giving you this information, whether it was Ghislaine, whether it was him, whether it was the oversight committee, whoever, that's the purpose of this, is to nauseate you. It's the same purpose with all of the text documents of her interview. It's just like, there's audio of the interview. Go listen to it. You know what I mean? Have a fucking day. Interpret her language. It's the only way you can really do it. Let's see here. What do we got for this guy? Page 19 is another focusing on family history. This page features 2 color photographs of different eras. A vintage photo shows an older man holding 2 small boys on his lap. One of the boys holds a small birthday cake with a lit candle. Date. A handwritten caption dates the photo Jan 1957. Context. Since Jeffrey Epstein was born on January 20th, 1953, this photo was taken for his 4th birthday. The 2 boys are almost certainly Jeffrey and his brother Mark with their grandfather. Bottom photograph image. A more recent photo showing 3 people. A seated elderly man who appears to be the same grandfather from the top photo, and an elderly woman with a younger man standing between them. The younger man is identifiable as a young adult Jeffrey Epstein. This page continues the theme of family and ancestry establishing in the previous pages of the scrapbook. The photographs are intended to show continuity and family bonds, capturing a moment for Epstein's childhood birthday and another from his young adulthood with his grandparents. It is a standard feature in a celebratory scrapbook meant to evoke nostalgia and a sense of rootedness. The images are simple family portraits and are entirely unrelated to the criminal activities for which Epstein became notorious. This relevance of this page comes from its placement within the scrapbook compiled by Ghislaine Maxwell. It serves as another piece of the curated narrative presented by Jeffrey Epstein as a man with a normal, wholesome family background. This sanitized, sentimental portrayal is a stark and disturbing counterpoint to the reality of his life as a serial sexual predator. The page contributes to a building of a respectable facade that helped him mask his criminal enterprise for decades. Things get boring too when you start going through things line by line, page by page like this. And the thing is that, one, like, you know, do they look like Jews that took over Israel? We got to figure this out. Like, these just look like normal American people. They don't look like Jews to me, taking over the world. I don't know. But he did have a Jewish name when he was born. So I don't know what that's all about. Oh, we're back to text now. Here we go. The juiciness. Page 20. Page 20, the juiciness. The juiciness. Juice, 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 juice. Jews. And the juiciness. Whew. It's going to be a lot of dead space, but I'm telling you, we're going to discover the key to this case tonight, people. We either will or we'll realize that this is all just bullshit. Page 20 is a handwritten letter from one of Jeffrey Epstein's parents written for his 50th birthday book. A transcript of the letter. Happy 50th birthday. May 2003. Prove to be the year you are most happy. Dear son Jeff, I have been very busy reminiscing since Ghislaine asked me to write about you for your book. I keep thinking about then and now. My father drove Seymour My father drove Seymour and me to the hospital that cold snowy day in January to become parents of a beautiful, healthy son, Jeff. You have been a good son from day one, and we have been proud of you ever since. Wait. Oh, my father drove Seymour. Okay, Seymour is his father. Okay. You have been a good son from day one and have been proud of you ever since. The letter appears to continue on the next page. The letter is written by Jeffrey Epstein's mother, Pauline Epstein. She identified herself by mentioning Seymour and me becoming parents, and Seymour was the name of Jeffrey's father. The tone is deeply personal, maternal, and nostalgic. It expresses into immense pride and affection for her son. It is a heartfelt birthday message recounting the memory of his birth and praising his character from her perspective. While this letter itself is a mother's loving tribute and contains no reference to criminal activity, is significant in the context of Epstein's case for two primary reasons. Directly impacts Ghislaine Maxwell. The letter explicitly states, since Ghislaine asked me to write about you for your book, this is direct, firsthand evidence that Ghislaine Maxwell was the architect of this scrapbook. It reinforces her central role in the managing not just Epstein's social and professional life, but also in curating his personal history and public-facing image. The facade of normalcy. The letter paints a picture of cherished son from a proud family. The praise, you have been a good son from day one, and we have been proud of you ever since, is a chilling and powerful illustration of the facade Epstein maintained. In 2003, by which time Epstein had been abusing young women and girls for years, his own mother was either completely unaware of his monstrous behavior or was actively participating in projecting a wholesome, respectable image. This stark contrast highlights the profound deception that was central to his criminal enterprise and how he was able to operate for so long without consequence. All right, we're gonna turn on these lights for a minute now, guys. For the next 35 minutes, this is probably not gonna look as good, but we're just gonna do this so that we can charge this puppy up. I don't like plugging him in when he's dead because, as you saw earlier, that light flickers when it's dead. So, give me a second here. Let's see what we look like on this new day. Just a little bit more yellow. Sounds good. All right, back at it. Oh, we are a little darker. Maybe I should pump you up a little bit. I'll pump you up a little bit. All right, guys. Pump it up. Pump it up. All right. Woo. How's that look? Is that crazy? Oh, I look fine there. All right. Cool. Is that crazy? All right. Just checking all of our feeds. All right. So we just got done with the first page of the mother's book. And let's go on to page 2 now of the mother's letter. And this is page 21 of the book. Page 2 of Jeffrey Epstein's mother's letter to Jeffrey for his birthday. Shit's getting a little bit weirder. Shit's getting a little bit more interesting. That's for sure. That's for sure. That's for sure. I feel like a congressman rally cry on this thing, man. This is going to be a long, long one. All right, here we go. Page 21. Second page of the handwritten letter of Jeffrey Epstein's mother, Pauline. This for the 50th birthday book. Transcript. I recall you refused to go to sleep unless I read a story from Grandma's golden book that she bought for 25 cents. Grandma visited us every Saturday. Today you are still an avid reader. Books cost $2. I knew you were an excellent student because your report cards were A+. ATPTA meetings, at the PTA meetings, I begged your teachers to help improve your handwriting. At age 5, you had your first accordion lesson. Lessons later, teacher Mr. Mathos booked you in Carnegie Hall. You won prizes in Prospect Park, Central Park, and other local competitive prizes. Today, do you know where your accordion is? You also played at your bar mitzvah and Uncle Lenny's bar mitzvah. Okay, so he's definitely in the Jew, and getting a Carnegie Hall, with an accordion. So, guy's doing something right, but at the same time, it's how and why, and also she even says it in the letter. When's the last time you picked up the accordion? All right, that means the money, the influence, the Jeffrey Epstein himself as a person, all of that has nothing to do with being an accordion guy or doing an accordion thing or whatever the fuck that is. So there's that. All right. Interpretation. This page continues the nostalgic recollections of... Okay. The page continues the nostalgic recollections of Epstein's mother, focusing on his childhood achievements. She remembers his love for reading from a very young age. She notes his A+ report cards, highlighting his intelligence, but also mentioning a mundane flaw, poor handwriting. The letter confirms Epstein's early musical talent on the accordion, noting that he played at Carnegie Hall and won local competitions. This corroborates the evidence from a earlier page in the scrapbook that shows him playing the accordion with a band. Like the first page of the letter, this document is not directly related to Epstein's crimes, but its significance lies entirely in its context. Building a wholesome narrative, this part of the letter adds layers to the image of Epstein as a gifted and intelligent child, a venturous leader, a top student, and a musical prodigy. This is a powerful part of the curated story, the first 50 years, Scrapbook tells. The power of contrast. The anecdotes are deeply unsettling when juxtaposed with the reality of Epstein's adult life. The image of a proud mother at a PTA meeting or a child winning a music prize in Central Park stands in horrific contrast to the man who used his intelligent resources and careful constructed persona to sexually exploit and abuse countless young women and girls. Humanization as deception. This details affectionate portrayed. Oh, okay. Sorry, guys. This detailed, affectionate portrait of his youth helps to create a humanizing, sympathetic backstory. This sanitized narrative, curated by Ghislaine Maxwell and contributed to by his own mother, was a key element of the retrospective facade that allowed his criminal enterprise to flourish for decades, hidden behind a mask of normalcy and achievement. Okay, I see it. I see it coming together. Oh, we got page 3 now. Page 3 of this fucking letter? I didn't think there was going to be a page 3 of this letter. That's crazy. All right. Page 3 of the letter from his mother. Again, if you guys have any questions, any thoughts, any corrections from me, theories, etc., drop them in the comments. As always, read all comments out loud as we go. Page 22. All right. Is the third page of the handwritten letter from Jeffrey Epstein's mother, Pauline, including for his 50th birthday. Transcript. After a time you switched to piano lessons, Mr. Jerome Joles recommended you to a Interlachen, where you had fun. I don't know if it improved your piano. Today you own a log cabin there. At age 24, Cosmopolitan magazine featured you as a Bachelor of the Month. Today you still hold that title. You objected 100% to your own to your going to Europe at that time. After graduation, we would have seen to it you would travel as a gentleman tourist. Instead, you went with Terry Kaffa. We pictured you coming home tired, undernourished, sickly. To our surprise, you looked great and had a great time. Your experience in Europe helped you get a job at Dalton. Your experience in Europe helped you... Okay. And so it begins. Okay, so at some point, this is when it's starting. Who did he go to it with? Who did he go to? They said that he went to Terry Kaffa. I'm going to Google Terry Kaffa. Yeah, Terry Kaffa's not a known person, really. Weird. Traveled to Europe and then got a job at Dalton because of it. All right. Well, with that said, this page of the letter transitions from Epstein's childhood to his young adulthood, continuing to build the narrative of a successful, charismatic man, continued talent and wealth. It references his time at the prestigious Interlachen Center of the Arts and casually notes that today you own a log cabin there, highlighting he later acquired property in places he enjoyed in his youth. Public persona. The mention of being featured as Cosmopolitan's Bachelor of the Month at age 24 is presented with pride, cementing his image as a desirable and successful figure even as a young man. Critically, the letter links his postgraduate travels in Europe directly to him securing his teaching position at the elite Dalton School in New York City. This page is particularly significant because it touches on a key elements of Epstein's early career and persona he grafted. The Dalton School. Epstein's time teaching at the Dalton School from 1974 to 1976 as a critical part of his backstory. He was hired despite lacking a college degree, and his role there gave him his first access to the world of New York's wealthy and powerful elite through their children. It was foundational step in his social climbing and the beginning of a pattern of placing himself in proximity to minors in a position of authority. His mother's letter presents this controversial hiring as a legitimate achievement. Being named Bachelor of the Month demonstrates the early cultivation of public image of the handsome, mysterious, and successful man. This persona was instrumental in his later ability to attract and manipulate both powerful associates and the young women and girls he would go to abuse. The scrapbook celebrates this aspect of his public identity. I mean, look, here's the thing, is that there is the Harvey Weinstein of it all, like the whole like showmanship of it all, of like, if you become wild, rich, and successful, you get all the bitches. Like, and that was more prominent than ever in that era. So, I mean, you gotta kind of start there. I mean, that's the thing. Like, today's world, post-Epstein, saying you're the Bachelor of the Month, people would just laugh at you. But back in the 90s, that would be like a prime achievement. Like, that would be like that would be like a big fucking deal. So, it's tough. It's tough to see the differences. But here we go. Next page. Oh boy. More of the letter. Jesus. It's like the mom just can't be quiet. Mom, just be quiet. Jeffrey's trying to do criminal activities over here, Mom. Why are you fucking letting his secrets out? Definitely letting his secrets out. That's for sure. Woo woo. What is this, page 23? All right, page 23. They ain't gonna stop me. I ain't gonna ever stop. They ain't gonna stop me. I ain't gonna ever stop. All right. Page 23 is the fourth page of the handwritten letter from Pauline, the mother of Jeffrey Epstein. Quote, today, a limousine awaits you as a dignitary. Jeff, I'm so sorry that Dad can't share the nauseous we have regarding your achievements. He would have been overjoyed reading the article about you in the New York Magazine. I was looking at family tapes. We had many parties, anniversary parties, etc. You enjoyed being there. Today you avoid gatherings, parties. Why? Tonight is the deadline. I must get this manuscript to Ghislaine. Well, that's interesting. So his mother is claiming that he did not socialize with the family. I was looking at the family tapes. We had many parties, anniversary parties, etc. You enjoyed being there. Today you avoid gatherings, parties. Why? Hustle and bustle? Or did somebody get to Mr. Epstein? The first thing is to pull the mom away. I don't know. I'm still, there's just so much here. It doesn't, like, is it a Harvey Weinstein thing? Is it a, like, on my wall, a Louis C.K. thing? Is it something that's, like, so trivial and dumb? And it's just like, oh, well, yeah, all parties agreed and everybody's just trying to extort everybody now. But where did the money come from? Why is he abandoning his mom or isolating himself from his family at 50? 2003 with all that success. Dad would have been proud seeing the article, but Dad didn't get to see you. You don't come say hi. It's the first weird connection. That, as well as the Dalton. Remember, he went to Europe with somebody, and that was when he got the job at Dalton. If I know me, as soon as I mail it, I will think of what I should say. The number 4 is a circle indicating that it is fourth page. Nosh is a Yiddish term for feelings of pride or joy, particularly in accomplishments of one's children. This page of the letter reflects on Epstein's elevated status and notable change in his social behaviors, while again confirming Ghislaine Maxwell's role as the project manager for the book. Pinnacle of success. The line, "A limousine awaits you as a dignitary," and a reference to an article in the New York Magazine underscore the public perception of Epstein's immense success and influence, even to his own mother. Change in behavior. His mother poses the question, "Today you avoid gatherings, parties. Why?" Noting that he used to enjoy family events but had become reclusive. Ghislaine's involvement. For the second time in the letter, she explicitly names Ghislaine Maxwell as the person she must send the manuscript to, confirming Maxwell's central role in orchestrating the entire birthday book project. This page is one of the most poignant and revealing in the scrapbook. Evidence against Ghislaine Maxwell. The repeated mention that she was collecting these tributes from the book was a key piece of evidence illustrating the depth of her intimate non-business partnership with Epstein. It shows her acting as a personal aide and confidant, managing his relationships and personal history. Secretive lifestyle. The mother questions why about him avoiding parties in chillingly ironic. By 2003, Epstein was leading an intensely private and controlled life. His socializing largely took place in his own secure properties, his mansion, island, and ranch, which were the primary locations for his sex trafficking and abuse. He avoided uncontrolled public and family gatherings, preferring environments where he could operate in secrecy. His mother's innocent question provides an unintentional glimpse into the isolation required for his criminal enterprise to function. I mean, I don't know. Like, Epstein was always the party guy. And removing yourself away from your own mother in the fashion of like your own mom writing in the birthday book that she's sending a letter to that's going to be published, like, why aren't you around anymore? That's an alarming one. That's not, like, most moms wouldn't put that in the birthday message. Even if they felt that way and felt like they didn't see you more, maybe they just say like, "Oh man, I wish I could see you more." But like being like, "You're not around anymore. What happened? Why not? You used to be so happy doing these things. Why not?" That's interesting, to say the least. All right. Oh boy, more letters. I like me some letters. Boo doo 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 doo. That was page 23. This is page 24. Page 24. Wow. Whew. Remember, drop a comment, give me a chat. Let me know what you think, and I'll read it out. We can have a discussion here about all of this. This is a crazy one. All right, page 19. All right, page 19. Page 24, the handbook of memories from an older male relative, most likely Jeffrey Epstein's father, Seymour. Oh, wow. Okay. Here we go. Page is marked with a clear circle 1. I was born December 4th, 1916. I remember moving to Willsbury Avenue near St. John's Law School. We lived next to a convent. My best friends were Woody Sword and Abe Abetto. I remember waiting for my father at 33 Wilton Street. He owned quite few buildings on the main street, which were tenement buildings. Then we moved to 441 Crown Street, where we stayed only 1 year. Then we moved to 510 Crown Street, where I went to PS 161. I graduated June 28th, 1928. I also went to Hebrew school until I was bar mitzvahed. I was bar mitzvahed in the morning in the old college. My first job after working on my father was in CCC camp in California. Author, the birth year 1916 and recollections of growing up and working in Brooklyn strongly suggest this author is Seymour Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein's father. While public records list Seymour's birth date as June 19th, 1916, this letter provides a slightly different date, December 4th. The content, however, points directly to him. That's weird. So, like, the public record says that Seymour was on a certain day, but then there's literally a letter from him written to his son explaining when he... Well, again, like, that's a weird letter anyway because of the way it's written. It's, like, all just factually based on, like, the childhood of your dad. Can you write a letter for, like, Alex's birthday thing? Said to my dad, and my dad's like... I lived on this street until I was born on this street. And then okay. Okay. And also, like, just, okay. Tone. All right, here we go. Also, like, the birthday's not matching up. That's really weird, too. Especially since it is the right year. This is the beginning of the life story detailing a childhood in Brooklyn. The author recounts moving to different homes, his local friends, his father's real estate business, owning tenement buildings, his public school graduation, his Jewish upbringing, Hebrew school and bar mitzvah, and his experience in a civilian conversion corps, CCC, a camp in California. The letter has a simple, factual, and nostalgic tone, chronologically the key moments of life from a bygone era. This document, like the letter from Epstein's mother, has no direct link to his criminal activities. Its significance is purely contextual and lies in the narrative it helps construct within the scrapbook. Building a backstory. The letter details a classic American story of the 20th century, a life built in Brooklyn, rooted in family business, a Jewish tradition, and experiences like the New Deal era CCC camps. It provides a wholesome, hardworking, and conventional ancestry for Jeffrey Epstein. The narrative of normalcy. This contribution, orchestrated by Ghislaine Maxwell from the scrapbook, is a deliberate effort to ground Epstein's persona in a story of humble and respectable family origins. Disturbing juxtaposition. The starkest impact of this letter comes from its contrast with the life of the person it was written for. The father's straightforward account of his upbringing stands in shocking opposition to the son's life of hidden, monstrous crimes, which were financed by a fortune built on an entirely different and more secretive path. The document is another piece of the facade used to mask Epstein's reality. I mean, I guess, but like again, like is this real? Is this like who writes a letter like that? Like some schizophrenic crazy person? Like it's crazy. Is this the second? This is the second. Oh my God. This is weird. This one with the dad is just a little too weird sometimes now. It's getting there. It's getting a little weird. Gonna let that one run for a second. I gotta take a piss, guys. This is gonna be a wild ride. We're gonna be here till probably midnight getting this done. Page 25 now, coming up. back at it. Everybody ready? Here we are. And we are now on page 25. This is page 2 of the letter from the dad. Handwritten, believed to be from Seymour Epstein, Jeffrey's father. Quote, it says, I was there for 6 months in 1940 and wanted to enlist. I was drafted in the Army. Before that, I had tryouts with the Brooklyn Dodgers. After being discharged in 1945, I thought of being a baseball player. The first job I had in 1948 was for R&H beer distributors, and also selling electric trains for the Lionel Electric Trains Company. The next job I had was selling suits for Macy's. I also sells for Fifth Ave. Then I got a job working for the purchasing department for NYC. The next job was a conductor for which lasted for about 3 years, 1953 to 1956. Then I got a job in a park department, New York City, from May 10th, 1956 through 1983. When I had a heart attack, then I retired 27 years. Okay, so guy just like wrote his fucking resume when they asked him to write about his son. That's a little weird. All right, but cool. Thanks for the resume. The page chronicles the author's early childhood and career, painting a picture of a typical working class American life in the mid 20th century. Military service. He was drafted and served in the Army until being discharged in 1945 after World War II. Aspiration. He pursued a dream of playing for the Brooklyn Dodgers. Working class jobs. He held a series of jobs from selling beer and Lionel trains to working as a conductor and in sales. Civil service career. His career culminated in a long-term stable position with the New York City Parks Department, where he worked for 27 years before retiring. Jeffrey Epstein would have been 3 and 30 years old during his father's tenure with the Parks Department. This letter is a powerful piece of evidence establishing the modest working class background of Epstein's family. Profound narrative contrast. This account of a father's life defined by a military service, a dream of baseball, and a 27-year career in city employee is the most extreme possible contrast to the son's life of incomprehensible and mysterious wealth in international luxury and mysterious crime. Rags to riches mythos. This history is very profound of the rags to riches narrative that Epstein cultivated. His incredible financial asset that from such a humble beginning was a key part of his mystique. This letter, included in the book by Ghislaine Maxwell, deliberately reinforces the origin story. Unexplained wealth. For investigators and the public, the father's straightforward blue-collar career path makes Jeffrey Epstein's subsequent explosion of wealth even more conspicuous and difficult to explain through legitimate means, reinforcing questions about the true origins of his fortune. The document solidifies the image of Epstein as someone who did not come from money, making his later status all that more suspicious. Exactly. What the where the money come from, guys? Where did the money come from? I need to know. I want to know. Next page. Oh boy, more letters. Here we go. These people with their fucking letters. I do like the letters more than the photos, though. Like these letters better than the Donald Trump style letters. We are on page 26 now. Page 26. On page 30, we will turn our light back on, have a little fun there. But where are we at here? Yeah, all right. So we just got through page 25 of the book. 234 pages. We're 25. We're almost through that first beat. Maybe we only do the first 100 for this one, then we come back. Oh, I don't know, but I'm not stopping until we're done. Page 26 is another handwritten account of the life of Jeffrey Epstein's father, Seymour. It appears to be a different draft or a more detailed version of the memories shared on the previous page. I was born Seymour Epstein on December 4th, 1916, to Julius and Rose. Rose was a beautiful woman. I saw this myself as I was growing up. Julius was a very sharp, stocky man. This great event took place in NYC's hospital. My father was in the wrecking business. My father was born in Russia. My mother was born in Brest-Litovsk in Poland. My father started his business in the year of 1900. He was in business for 44 years before he passed away. I lived on Weeblow Avenue when I was a young boy. Then we moved to Crown Street. While living on Crown Street, I was drafted into the service. Before I was drafted, I enlisted in the CCC camps, which was in California. I stayed there until 1940. Then I was drafted into the U.S. Army. My mother's parents their names were Esther and Fisher. Okay, that is weird that like we're getting like a secondary account of the same letter. This one is like a little bit more like real, feels more authentic. The other one felt like very like chicken scratch stats. I don't know. That's strange there. This version of Seymour Epstein's life story adds more specific details about the family's ancestry. It names his parents, Julius and Rose Epstein, and notes their origins in Russia and Poland, respectively, establishing the family's Eastern European immigrant roots. Family business. It identifies his father's profession as the wrecking business. Personal history. Like the previous account, it recounts his youth in Brooklyn, his time in the Civilian Conservation Corps, CCC, and his service in the U.S. Army during World War II. This document serves the same function within the scrapbook as the other family letters. It solidifies the narrative of Jeffrey Epstein's humble origins, reinforces the narrative. The details about immigrant parents and the father in the wrecking business paint a clear picture of a working class, striving family. This backstory was central to the mystique of Epstein as a self-made billionaire. The facade, this conventional family history curated by Ghislaine Maxwell for the book, was a essential part of the respectable public image that Epstein portrayed. It created a wholesome, reliable foundation that stood in stark opposition to the reality of the criminal enterprise, the unexpected fortune. By providing such a detailed account of the family's modest background, the letter unintentionally highlights the extreme and suspicious nature of Epstein's immense wealth, the origins of which remain a subject of intense scrutiny. The document starkly illustrates how far Epstein's life devastated from his family's working class roots. Woof. Okay, guys. Here we are now. Moving along. Next one. Page 27. We're getting there. I wish it could go faster. That's what they always say. So they always say with this AI shit, there's like, I wish it could go faster. What if it did the same thing, but faster? It's just like, let's just calm down. As long as it gives us the right answer, that's all that really matters, right? All right, page 27. Oh boy, here we go. Okay. Well, all right. I see you. Okay. Page 27 is the second page of the more detailed life story being recounted by Jeffrey Epstein's father, Seymour. Quote, I don't recall how many of their names. My grandfather died at an early age. I have one brother that was born May 11th, 19-something. I started School when I was 6 years old. While in school, I was fairly good student until I graduated. The teachers I liked best was Mr. Fox, Mr. Frank, and Mr. Miller. Also, my teacher, Mrs. and Mr. Fox, used to take the classes to Elbit's Field to see the Brooklyn Dodgers play. Mr. Frank was the shop teacher. Mrs. Miller was the science teacher. The page continues to the simple, nostalgic recollection of Seymour Epstein's childhood in Brooklyn. School days, he describes being a fairly good student and fondly names his favorite teacher. An idyllic memory, the most significant and evocative memory, is a teacher taking the class on a field trip to Ebbets Field to watch the Brooklyn Dodgers play. This is a existential all-American childhood experience from that era. The function of the document is identical to that of the preceding family letters to construct a wholesome and conventional family history. Construction of a facade. The letter provides another layer to the portrait of a normal working-class Brooklyn family. The stories of school days and baseball games are meant to be reliable and representable. The meticulously crafted family history assembled by Ghislaine Maxwell was an integral part of the facade that shielded Epstein's criminal reality from public view. The innocence and simplicity of the father's memories are profoundly jarring when juxtaposition with the son's hidden life of calculated sexual predatoria. This stark contrast between the presented narrative of the family and Jeffrey Epstein's actual conduct is essential to the understanding of the depth of the depiction of and maintained for decades. The letter unintentionally emphasizes the complete break he made from his family's conventional working class world. Page 28. Oh boy, page 28. Page 28. Page 28. Whew. 100th episode. 100th episode, maybe to do 100 pages, huh? Maybe we'll go until at least midnight. I mean, come on, guys. Gotta make this happen. This is the most interesting thing I've ever done. Gotta use AI tools for the good of the world, for what we get to see with this. We are slowly building out the story of who Jeffrey Epstein is. And this page seems to be doing some crazy stuff. So, this document labeled House of... Page 28 is the third page of the detailed handwritten account of Seymour Epstein's life. Quote, my father's brothers, 1, Phil, died of a heart attack. 2, Max was a plumber, also died of a heart attack. 3, Meyer was a CPA. My father had one sister. Her name was Mamie Rabotskis. I attended PS 161. After I graduated, I went to Hebrew school on Crown Street. I was bar mitzvahed on the afternoon. After graduating Hebrew school, I went to Alexander Hamilton High School, where I stayed for 3.5 years. After I quit school, I worked for my father. I worked for him for about 3 years, earning $20 a week. After work for him, I joined the CCC camp. They sent me to Bree, California, where I stayed from 1939 to 1940. Then I came home to Crown Street, couldn't find a job until I was drafted in the U.S. Army on August 7th, 1941. This page provided the clearest picture yet of Seymour Epstein's modest working class upbringing and early struggles. high school dropout. He explicitly states he never graduated from high school because he disliked school. Low wage labor. He worked for his father for about 3 years, earning only $20 per week. Lack of opportunity. His story of joining this civilian Conservation Corps, CCC, being unable to find a job until his return and then being drafted into the Army in 1941 is a classic narrative of a young man with a limited options during the Great Depression and the lead up to World War II. The document is a profound significant in establishing the narrative of Epstein's origins. Foundation of the self-made man myth. This account of a father who was a high school dropout and a low-wage worker provides the perfect rags for his son's rags to riches story. This scrapbook, compiled by Ghislaine Maxwell, used this stark background to amplify the perception of Jeffrey Epstein as a unique financial genius who ascended from absolutely nothing. Maximum contrast. No other document so clearly illustrates the chasm between Jeffrey Epstein's life and his family's reality. The father's life was defined by struggle, manual labor, economic necessity. The son was defined by unimaginable and largely unexplained wealth used to facilitate horrific crimes. Yeah, again, where the fuck's the money? A deception narrative. This honest account of working class life becomes a tool of deception within the scrapbook by emphasizing Epstein's humble roots. The book helped craft the respectable and admirable facade that it was essential for him to gain access to powerful circles and operate his criminal enterprise for decades. Right. Page 29. Page 29. Page 29. Again, I wish I could just snap my fingers and make it happen, guys, but that's not how this works. Seymour, I mean, look, here's the thing. Either it's all fake and it's all set up. You know, and of course that would be the fake story of like his fake life, or that's like the most real thing ever, and that reality drove Epstein to the wanting more, needing more. But how did he earn it? If I could ask Epstein one question, it wouldn't be anything to do with the sex crimes. It would just be like, how did you become rich and famous? And when he goes, well, I knew this, just how? Just answer the damn question. How, man? How'd you become fucking rich and famous, Mr. Epstein? All right. The document is the fourth page that details handwritten life story of Seymour Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein's father. Quote, I was sent to Bermuda, where I stayed until October 13th, 1945. I made many friends in the Army. My duties in the Army was KP, and finally they made me a first-class gunner on a big gun. My best friend was John Ferris, and also I met my Sergeant Fred Rojak. I enjoyed my stay in Bermuda very much. When I was discharged from Fort Monmouth, New Jersey, I was sent home to an empty house. My mother had a nervous breakdown. Sydney Dublin, a candy store owner, told me where she was. She was in a nursing home in Astoria, Queens. When I arrived there, I saw how my mother was. I then asked the doctor how she was. He told me not. They had to give her shock treatments every 3 days. When I saw her again, she seemed better. She stayed there for about 1 year. They sent her home on and off. Finally, she passed away September 16th, 1960. in a hospital in Hampstead, LI. This page details two significant periods in Seymour Epstein's life: his military service and a deeply personal family tragedy. World War II service. He describes his deployment to Bermuda, where he served until the end of the war in 1945. Family trauma. The letter recounts the harrowing story of his return home. He found an empty house and learned his mother, Jeffrey's paternal grandmother, had suffered a severe nervous breakdown, requiring institutionalization and shock treatments, electroconvulsion therapy. Her health problems continued for years until her death in 1960, when Jeffrey Epstein was just 7 years old. The deeply personal and tragic account has no direct bearing on Epstein's crimes, but it is profoundly significant for the narrative context it provides. Significance solidifies the hardship narrative. This story of a returning World War II veteran confronted with severe family trauma added a powerful layer of hardship and struggle to the Epstein family history. It is the antithesis of a privileged upbringing. The unfathomable gap. The father's story shaped a global war, working class realities, and profound family tragedy, created a almost unfathomable gap between his world and the world his son Jeffrey would inhabit. The contrast between this grounded, difficult life and Jeffrey's later life of mysterious wealth and predatory crime is more extreme than any other page. Humanization in the scrapbook. For the scrapbook curated by Ghislaine Maxwell, including such a raw and sympathetic family history serves to humanize Epstein's background, contributing to the self-made man mythos. It reinforces the idea that he came from a world of immense struggle, making his later success seem all the more remarkable and outsiders more legitimate. Okay, here, what the fuck, guys? What the fuck? Guys, what the fuck? Like, for real. I mean, I'm gonna pull up the next page so that we can start to load the fucking shit for it, but like, that one was crazy. Like, is this shit real? Or is it all just like some like fake piece of propaganda? Because like, for the guy to be like, oh, fucking dropped out of high school, like goes into the army, like comes back to an empty home with a mom who has like everything is like kind of a cliche of the time, of that era. And with everything around Epstein, all of the lore, it's kind of like, how could everything be so, like, that's such a traumatic and crazy upbringing for his dad. But at the same time, it's like, if that, like, it feels like a movie for the time. They're like, what was happening at the time? Electrotherapy, and they were doing this to people and that to people. Oh, yeah. And what else was happening? Oh, World War II and this and that. Like, it just feels like a lot for one human being to actually be experiencing. But the commonality of those problems at the time means that source could happen. I mean, it could happen. Okay. Next page here. All right. This is page 30. All right, time to turn the light back on after this one. The most pivotal page of the detailed handwritten life and story of Seymour Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein's father. Quote, I applied for a PK Park Department job in 1952. I waited until May 10th, 1956 for the job. I then, for 4 years... he waited for 4 years for the job. I then started working for the park department. I worked in every park in the district, in District 9, Brooklyn. I enjoyed working for the park department. Margin note, in 1948, I started working for Gimbal Bros selling sporting goods and electric trains. I stayed for about 2 years. I then worked for Macy's selling cutlery until 1950. Then I got a temporary job as a conductor on the IRT. It lasted until 1951. When I met my lovely wife, Paula, on January 20th, my wife gave birth to my first son, Jeffrey. Then my wife gave birth to my second son, Mark, on 1954, July 14th. So what was that? 3 years later, or something like that. I had the first heart attack on May 31st, 1983. While in the hospital, I had my second heart attack. I stayed in the CI hospital intensive care. The conditions in the ward was so horrible that the sentence appears to be cut off. The final page brings Seymour Epstein's life story to a conclusion while containing the most significant details of the entire account. Career confirmation. It confirms he had a long and stable career with the New York City Parks Department, starting in 1956. Birth of Jeffrey and Mark. Critically, he documented the central events of his family life, meeting his wife, Paula, and the births of his two sons. Son number 1, Jeffrey, on January 20th, and son number 2, Mark, in 1954. End of career. The story ends with his 2 heart attacks in 1983, which, as stated in the previous draft, led to his retirement after 27 years of service. This single page in the cornerstone of the humble origins narrative that was so central to Epstein's mythos explicitly names the subject. For the first time in the father's own words, the subject of the scrapbook, Jeffrey, is named and his birthday is given. It is the moment where the book's purpose to celebrate Jeffrey Epstein's connects directly with the family history being told. The ultimate rags to riches foundation. The document similarly encapsulates a complete, modest, working-class life. A man working as a salesman and a conductor before securing a municipal job with a parks department, raising 2 sons, and retires due to ill health. The biography provides the stark rags from which his son Jeffrey's riches story could be spun, raises encapsulable questions. By so clearly documenting his father's mundane career, the scrapbook, curated by Ghislaine Maxwell, inadvertently highlights the profound and inexplicable mystery of Jeffrey Epstein's wealth. In 1983, the year his father retired from the Parks Department after a heart attack, Jeffrey Epstein had left the Bear Stearns and was just beginning to build his own financial firm. The chasm between the father's life and the son's subsequent trajectory is made undeniable by this letter, raising critical questions about the true origins of the fortune that would later finance a global sex trafficking operation. Oh boy, guys. Oh boy. Well, we're on 31, page 31. We're going to flip our light over for page 31. Once I have it running. Ba-da-ba-ba. Switch the light. Switch the light. But then I gotta drop the line. And now we're back. Back again. For more. It is getting more and more interesting. I will say that. It is definitely getting more and more interesting as we go. Page 31, the final page of Seymour Epstein's handwritten account describing events following his retirement. Quote, Son Jeffrey transferred me to Beacon Downstate in a private ambulance. After coming home from Beacon Downstate, I never went back to work because the work was too strenuous. I retired after 27 years, November 30th, 1983. I then started to work for Mark for 3 days a week. I still am working for Mark. We then took a trip to Israel in November. Oh my God. We then took a trip to Israel in November 1985. We visited my wife's relatives. We stayed at the Palace Hotel in Tel Aviv, where we went to my son's friend's wedding. My son's friend's wedding in Tel Aviv. We stayed in Tel Aviv for 5 days on a working man's salary in 1985. International trip to Tel Aviv, 5 days. Then we went to the King David in Jerusalem, where my son Jeff hired a limo to take us around. We stayed in J for about 4 days, arriving back home on my birthday, December 4th, 1985. Jesus Christ, that's crazy. This concluding page shifts the story from working class life to an account of new luxurious lifestyle provided by the son Jeffrey. Jeffrey's intervention. The author credits Jeffrey with arranging a private ambulance to transfer him to a better hospital after his heart attack in 1983, a sign of Jeffrey's then emerging resources. Lavish travel. The letter describes a trip to Israel in 1985, where Seymour and his wife enjoyed a level of luxury far beyond their means, staying at world-famous hotels, the Plaza, the King David, and having a private limousine hired for them by Jeffrey. The document is one of the most significant in the entire scrapbook, providing a critical insight into the timeline and appearance of Jeffrey Epstein's wealth, evidence of early wealth. It is a direct, first-hand testimony that in 1985, Jeffrey Epstein was wealthy enough to fund extravagant international trips to his parents. For his parents. This was very early in his independent career, just a few years after he had founded his own firm, J. Epstein and Corporation. This early display of significant wealth has been a central part of the mystery surrounding the true origins of his fortune. Cultivating a facade. The letter powerfully reinforces the public image Epstein cultivated, that of a loving, generous son who used his self-made fortune to care for his working-class parents. This act of filed piety celebrated in the scrapbook was an essential element of the respectable persona that helped mask his criminal activities for decades. The stark contrast. The letter captures the exact moment the family's narrative shifts from a story of modest means to one of the immense luxury, provided entirely by Jeffrey. This generosity, funded by a mysterious and rapid accumulation of wealth, stands in horrific contrast to the predatory sexual enterprise he was simultaneously building, which was funded by the very same money. Okay, where'd the money come from? I don't know, but second dude started working. Like he went to Europe. His mom says that's where he got to work at the Dalton School. Then the next thing she's like, then you were in a magazine, and then now we don't see you anymore. The dad's a little bit more like, all right, yeah, after I retired with 2 heart attacks, you sent me over to a private hospital. You sent me over to the fucking luxury buildings. We went to Israel. We had like the greatest time ever at Israel. Stayed at the most expensive hotels in the world, Israel, limos, etc. How? Well, the dad doesn't say that part. That's what's weird. Like, even if you're Michael Jordan, you're like, and your dad's writing about this, and then we did this and we did this, and I just remember the first time you shot a basketball, and thank God you did that. There's none of that. It's just like, and you did these things for us, and we didn't even question them. It's really fucking weird. It's really weird. Just getting weirder and weirder, man. What's this one? Weirder and weirder. Yeah, that stuff with the dad, like that last one where they're just like, oh yeah, and then we did a multi-million-dollar trip to Israel. What? Excuse me? What? Missed something there. What did you say there? What was that part? All right. Page 32 features the contribution from his brother. Image, a black and white studio photograph of two young children. An older boy is sitting and holding a smiling baby in his lap. Individuals, the children are Jeffrey Epstein as a younger boy and his infant brother, Mark. Handwritten note, a note written on the photograph reads, to simpler days, May 50th, or to simpler days, happy 50th, Mark. Author, the page is a birthday greeting from Jeffrey Epstein's only sibling, Mark Epstein. Tone, the message, to simpler days, is deeply nostalgic and wistful. It evokes a shared past and a longing for a less complicated time, a common sentiment and tributes between siblings. The tone is a personal and affectionate. While the image is a simple piece of family nostalgia, the context and the message carry heavy weight. This photograph shows a endearing moment between brothers and a powerful contribution to the scrapbook's overarching theme of portraying Jeffrey Epstein's life through the lens of a normal, conventional family. It serves as humanizing him and ground his story in a relatable experience of sibling bonds. The message, to simpler days, signed by his brother, is arguably one of the most ironic and poignant in the entire book. In retrospect, these simpler days stood in horrific contrast to the extraordinary, complex, and secretive criminal enterprise Jeffrey Epstein built as an adult. The note underscores the vast and dark schism between the seemingly innocent boy in the photograph and the serial sexual predator he became. The contribution from his brother, organized by Ghislaine Maxwell, demonstrates the involvement of Epstein's immediate family in the creation of his carefully curated life story, even if they were unaware of its true purpose as a facade for criminal activity. All right. I'm not going to, for any of the ones with the photos moving forward, we're not going to share the arguments. We're just going to get the details because we gotta start trying to get through some of this. All right, here we are. And this is page what? 33? Okay. Page 33, everybody. Page 33, everybody. Sometimes AI does this weird shit where like it's just like you have to watch it, type it, or it'll just like keep re-entering the same answer, and it's because we're getting into the complexities of the tokenism. We're up to 46,000 tokens, if you know what that means. If you've been playing with the AI tools like I have, page 33 is the page of Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday book, scrapbook, featuring 2 photographs of his childhood. Top photograph, a colored photo dated May 64. It shows an adult male, likely Epstein's father Seymour, standing in a backyard with his two sons, Jeffrey, age 11, and Mark, age 9 or 10. It's a standard family snapshot. Bottom photograph, an older black and white photo of young Jeffrey Epstein. He is seated on a stool, wearing a accordion and holding a small guitar or ukulele. In the background, a menorah is visible on top of a mid-century stereo console, indicating the family's Jewish heritage. This page adds more visual details to the themes already established by the handwritten letters from Epstein's parents. A normal childhood. The family's photos of 1964 reinforces the image of a conventional middle-class suburban upbringing. Musical talent and heritage. The second photo visually confirms the stories of Epstein's childhood musical pursuits on the accordion. The presence of the menorah also grounds his upbringing in the Jewish cultural and religious traditions mentioned in his father's letters. Brooklyn! All right, we're at Brooklyn now, guys. So these are no longer family members now. These are people from Brooklyn. Is this where Trump gets in? I don't know. Let's see. Well, we shall see. But we are now in Brooklyn. Damn. Oh, yeah, stuffy nose, and I don't know why. It's only while I'm reading with you guys while I'm doing this. Page 35. I feel like shit's about to get wild, guys, just so you know. Like, if you thought that trip to Israel, but with his dad, was a little bit fucking strange, wait till we get into some of these ones that aren't even family members. It's about to get weird up in here. Okay. Page 35 of the 50th birthday book features a baby photograph and a note. Image. A black and white photograph of a smiling baby, presumably Jeffrey Epstein, seated and wearing overalls. Handwritten note. The note written to accompany the photo reads, January 20th, 1954, to Franz from your best boy, Jeffrey Edward Epstein. This is a memento from Jeffrey Epstein's first birthday. The note is written from the perspective of an infant Epstein and is signed with his full name, a common and sentimental practice by parents creating baby book keepsakes for relatives or friends. Franz was likely a close family friend or relative. What's this little thing? What's this all about? Looks like we're going to find out who Fran is. All right. That was page 35. This is page 36. Page 36 is a typed contribution from Fran, likely the France addressed in the baby picture on the previous page. The transcript document reads, How I remember Jeffrey. Jeffrey was born average in size, a dazzling smile, laughing blue eyes, the mind of a truly great mathematician. To me, he is someone beyond all description. My contribution, a simple toy for such an outstanding little boy. He assembled the 1,000 of nuts, screws, and bolts, created an empire with astounding results. The memory I shall never forget. It all started with an erector set. Love you forever, Fran. This is a fond poem-like tribute from a close family friend or relative named Fran. Praises his intellect. The tribute focuses on Epstein's intelligence, calling him a truly great mathematician and someone beyond all description. The boy genius narrative. It creates a simple, powerful origin story for his success, linking the empire he built as an adult directly to the childhood toy, an erector set. The anecdote suggests his genius was evident from a very early age. Personal affection. The tone is loving and full of admiration, as shown by the closing, "Love you forever." The document is a prime example of the myth-making that surrounds Jeffrey Epstein, a narrative actively encouraged by Epstein and curated by Ghislaine Maxwell in the scrapbook. The story of the erector set is a classic trope used to explain genius. It amplifies the mysterious and suspect origins of his immense wealth in it. Okay, so again, like, we don't know where the fucking money came from. You created an empire. What are you doing? Celebrating the empire you built. What are you doing? Yeah, that's a weird one. It's about to get weirder, but that was coded. What is an erector set, by the way? What is an erector set? Because it kind of sounds like an erection toy for a little boy, an erector set. Yeah, erector set is. I had an erector set as a kid. It's like a 70s or 80s toy to like you build something with it. You build your own like robot or something. My contribution, a simple toy for such an outstanding little boy. He assembled the thousands of nuts, screws, and bolts, created an empire with astounding results. The memory I shall never forget. It is starting with an erector set. I don't know. It sounds like a sexual innuendo to me. So it sounds like to me. All right. We're going to get in here even more now. Page 37. Oh. Decoding the humor is what it just said. I don't know what that means. All right. So, page 37 is a custom-made satirical newspaper page titled "The Seagate Chronicle," created for Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday. Seagate is a neighborhood in Coney Island, Brooklyn, where Epstein grew up. The page is designed to look like a vintage newspaper, contains 2 joke articles about Epstein's childhood. Masthead. Title: The Seagate Chronicle. Subtitles: Quagmire Edition, meaning 50th Quinquagarian Edition, meaning 50th Anniversary Edition. Absolutely no circulation, no guarantees. Article 1, Accordion Torture by Robert Wolfe. This is a comically exaggerated story about Epstein's youth as an accordion prodigy. It jokes that his mother forced him to practice 150 times a day until his fingers would catch fire. It claims she coerced him into playing at Carnegie Hall by threatening to withhold his favorite food, Nathan's lobster salad, a reference to Coney Island's restaurants Nathan's Famous. Article 2, Seafood Diet by Bubbles Android. This short, humorous piece continues the joke, reporting that Epstein survived the first 13 years of his life eating only Nathan's lobster salad. This is highly personalized and humorous tribute from a friend or relative, likely Robert Wolfe, who is credited as the author. Reinforces the prodigy narrative. Even as a joke, the article solidifies the boy genius or musical prodigy narrative seen elsewhere in the book. The reference to playing at Carnegie Hall, though framed as torture, is meant to celebrate a real achievement. Inside joke. The entire page is an inside joke for those who knew Epstein's background, celebrating his Brooklyn roots, his musical talent, and his supposed childhood quirks in a funny, affectionate way. This document has no direct link to Epstein's crimes, but it is a powerful piece of evidence about the narrative construction around him. Okay. I mean, that doesn't seem that bad, but at the same time, it's weird that like we're still going with this whole like accordion piano thing. Like we did get the first reference to math, but again, like where is the money coming from, and how is no one even asking? How is everyone just like, and then we're rich? It was so hard struggling growing up, and also, Mom, oh, it's so hard growing up, like the fucking. All the pain, strife, struggle, and then poof, goes away. He's just a gazillionaire now. Poof. Poof. No explanation needed. No explanation needed, everybody. Well, let's move right along. All right, here we go. Page 38. The second and final page of the satirical The Seagate Chronicle newspaper created by Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday. This page contains 3 humorous fictional articles. Continuation of a seafood diet. This concludes the article from the previous page. It's a surreal and nonsensical story that's mocking references aspects of Epstein's life, including his mother moving to a condominium in Florida, Epstein's acquisition of his first jet, his life with a hippo and a clamming and a sexy English socialite girlfriend. Oh, okay, sexy socialite girlfriend, English socialite girlfriend. But she was just there to manage things. Okay. A bizarre punchline where Epstein is taken into custody by officials and fed lox, bagels, and cream cheese until his hallucinations disappear. Article 2, Beach Attack by Lawrence Dyke. A short, absurd story about a watermonger and a human fish being scared away from a beach by a hippo. This appears to be a surreal inside joke. Article 3, Nickel Artist Arrested by Lillian Fisher. Another fictional story about a Coney Island man known as Mad Mel, famous for his ability to carve things onto nickels, who is arrested. Okay, what? The page continues the theme of deeply personal and elaborate inside jokes among friends from Epstein's youth in Brooklyn. The articles blend a nonsensical humor with a satirical references to Epstein's actual life progression. The credited authors, Lawrence Dyke, Lillian Fisher, are likely the real friends who wrote the pieces as a tribute. While written as a satire, this page contains no two incredibly chilling and significant references when viewed through the lens of Epstein's scandal. 1. A sexy English socialite girlfriend. This is a clear, unmistakable, and public reference to Ghislaine Maxwell. Its inclusion is in this humorous tribute normalizes the celebrity and celebrates her central role in Epstein's life. The scrapbook treats their partnership as an amusing and glamorous aspect of his success story, in horrific contrast to the reality that they were partners in a criminal sex trafficking conspiracy. 2. Taken into custody by officials. The joke about Epstein being taken into custody is gratuitously prescient and disturbing. Written in 2003, years before his first arrest in Florida, this line can be seen in a few ways: as a bizarre coincidence, as a dark inside joke among his circle who may have been aware of his questionable behavior, or as a flippant, arrogant dismissal of any potential legal threat. Whatever the original intent, its presence in a celebratory birthday book is profoundly jarring and illustrates a culture and a culture that disregards the accountability. The charges are trivialized into hallucinations cured by bagels, a joke that serves to mock the very idea of him facing serious consequences. I mean, that's a stretch. Sure, whatever. Okay, so that makes sense. I mean, it's just like what the three friends, and then the three friends are writing like silly little anecdotes, and it's mostly just about him living in Brooklyn and being rich now and doing music. So again, it doesn't seem like they know much about this human being, or much more than we do, which is a little weird. More of these now, it looks like. And that's the thing with these ones too. Like when you hear this on the news about these little stories, people are like, that's fucking strange. Well, who writes that in a birthday book? Look at the section. The section's called Brooklyn. These are clearly people that he grew up with, their family friends. It seemed like maybe this was an idea that either they all had collectively together, or that Ghislaine had introduced, or somebody had introduced for the theming of the book, to have them like write these little articles, like these little satirical articles about him. And maybe that was the deal with the other people too. Maybe they were told to draw a image or a picture of what he is. I don't know. We'll get to it, but all right. Page 39 is the third page of a satirical, the Seagate Chronicle newspaper created for Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday. The page contains 5 short satirical articles filled with inside jokes presumably related to Epstein's youth in Seagate, Brooklyn. The credited authors are likely his childhood friends. Europe on a Budget by Yisha Libag, a tall tale about 2 local teens, one of whom is implied to be Epstein, who travels to Europe with little money but somehow returns with 2 new triumphant motorcycles. Okay. That's the guy right there. This Yisha right here. This fucking motherfucker, this Jewish ass name. Who the fuck is this guy? Search his name and nothing. Just nothing. This guy knows a lot more than he's saying. Let's put it that way. Hunchback Dies by Not So Lucky Luckfeld, a dark humor piece about a fictional character. Dirt Brothers Arrested by Richard Fred, a fictional story about the infamous Dirt Brothers being arrested. Listing names of several individuals, likely real friends, and one redacted name. Teen Bitten by Mrs. Masulix, another absurd story about a teenager being bitten by another. Okay. This page continues the theme of deeply personalized and elaborate inside jokes among Epstein and his circle of childhood friends. The articles are nonsensical and humorous, referencing shared memories, nicknames, and fabricated events. The Europe on a budget story, for example, playfully alludes to Epstein's postgraduate travels mentioned in his mother's letter, framing them in a comically mischievous light. Yeah, exactly. That's the one that's like, what's that guy know? You know what I mean? What is that? What the fuck's the deal? This document is like the rest of the satirical newspaper, has no direct link to Epstein's crimes. Its significance lies entirely in its contribution to the deceptive narrative crafted within the scrapbook. That one's interesting. All right. Page 40. Page 40, and I have to pee like a peer. I'm going to take a piss real quick, and then we will go through page 40, which is more of these stories, these fake stories, clearly written by childhood friends. All right, everybody. You ready for some more? Keeping it going. Keeping the rally going. How's our chat doing? How are we going? Got a lot on Rumble, but not so many on the Facebooks. Well, here we are, people. If you're still sticking with us, we are here now with page 40 of the book. In the fourth and final page of the satirical The Seagate Chronicles newspaper from Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday scrapbook, the page contains the conclusion of the fictional newspaper with two final absurd articles. Article 1, Pizza Man Goes Berserk by Yasmin Perns, a surreal story about a local pizza man who has a meltdown written in a humorous tall tale style. It is filled with fictionalized names and local references. Article 2, Dermatologist Fights Fire by Robert Ardgi, a bizarre story about a world-renowned pimple expert with a painful but effective acne cure. Okay. This page concludes the elaborate inside jokes among Epstein and his childhood friends. The articles are nonsensical, humorous, and intended as a personal and affectionate tribute, referencing a shared history in Brooklyn. The credited authors, like those on the previous page, were likely real friends contributing to the scrapbook project. As with the preceding pages, the Seagate Chronicles, this document has no direct connection to Epstein's criminal activities. Its significance is entirely contextual as part of a broader narrative constructed within the scrapbook. Pull this fucking dog hair off the mic. All right. Oh, it's still going. So far, the only thing that we've gotten interesting out of Seagate, because everything else just seems kind of fucking bonkers, is that there's probably a lot of like really weird, hidden, funny jokes in here. But the fact that there's the one where it's like he goes to Europe with his friend and comes back and has a bunch of money. It's like, that's exactly what his mom said too. Like, all right, what happened in Europe? Came back and he was part of the Dalton School. And he got fired. Oh, well, it doesn't matter, though. He can still just keep making more money and more money. So much money that he could literally bring them all to the most expensive hotels in Israel in 1985. Oh, I don't know, man. Money has to come from somewhere. Money has to come from somewhere. In another page of Jeffrey Epstein's 50th scrapbook, continuing the format of a satirical custom-made publication with several joke articles. The page contains 4 fictional articles, each written by a different person, presumably a childhood friend of Epstein's. Fast 56 by Larry John Streitman, an article detailing the souped-up 1956 Plymouth of a local character filled with car jargon to create a nostalgic hot rod culture vibe. To Barely Graduate by Carl Ashby. This story is about 2 high school seniors who are academic losers but manage to talk their way out of failing gym class, graduating by a single point. It's a classic slacker tale. Cap, Gown, and What by Stanley Camito, a short piece about rebellious Seagate boys attending their graduation with no shoes or ties under their gowns. Another story of youth defiance. Yellow Laundry Mystery Solved by Beatrice K. Cooper, an absurd, nonsensical story, likely an inside joke. This page functions as a collective tribute to Epstein's childhood friends, finally mythologizing their youth. The articles all contribute to specific persona, that the rebellious, mischievous, anti-authoritarian bad boy who was part of a tight-knit crew. The stories celebrate a youth spent pushing boundaries, barely getting by in school, and engaging in harmless troublemaking. While the page contains no evidence of criminal activity, it is a critical piece of scrapbook depictive narrative. Okay. Page 42. Page 42. Page 42. So far, we've gotten 2 really interesting things out of this scrapbook. Well, 3. One, that Ghislaine Maxwell's a fucking liar. That she's definitely a girlfriend. And that she knew about a lot more than she ever told us. 2, that the mother, as well as the mom, as well as other friends, have insinuated that when he left high school and went to Europe after high school, that when he came back, he somehow had some kind of power. And then the dad totally ratted him out and said, like, in 1983 and 85, when he was just starting his own business, he was getting him private ambulances, bringing him to the best doctors in the world, and flying him to Tel Aviv to world-renowned hotels in luxury with limos. So, yeah, that shit's interesting. And here we are now in page 42 of the birthday book. The page features 2 main fictional articles, continuing the theme of reminiscing about a rebellious youth. The fifth graders clean up Coney by Nellie Bell, a whimsical, surreal story about an overarching 5th grade class and their teacher in a Coney Island parade. It's filled with nonsensical details likely intended as inside jokes. Teacher Almost Gets the Boot by Elma Skedaddle. This is a much more significant article. It tells a detailed story about a beloved 6th grade teacher, Ed Goldsmith, who is a nonconformist, admired by students for his fine wit and different ways of looking at things. The narrative's climax describes the teacher having a student play the national anthem in a jazzed-up version, which almost gets him fired. He is ultimately saved by the protest of his adoring students. The central theme of this page is the celebration of intellectual rebellion and charismatic anti-authoritarianism. The story of the teacher, Ed Goldsmith, is thinly veiled parable. It lionizes an individual who is smarter than the system, who flouts convention, who aspires fierce loyalty in his following, the students. The figure is not just a troublemaker, but a beloved maverick. This page is critical elements in understanding the specific mythos Epstein and his circle built around him. All right. Moving right along. 43. We're about. Oh, that means that we have less than 200 pages left. We're on page 43. We have less than 200 pages left. That is good. We have 195 pages left, to be exact. 195 left, including this one. All right. The page contains the conclusion of one article and 3 new fictional articles written by friends from Epstein's youth. Conclusion of teachers almost gets the boot. The story ends with the school administration reversing its decision to fire the beloved teacher, Ed Goldsmith, after an uproar from the students. The final line reads, "The kids really loved that man." Peddler Pusher Throws Party by Scott Pearl. This article is the most significant on the page. It describes a birthday party thrown by Paula the peddler pusher for her pride and joy, Jeffrey. The piece includes a humorous, fabricated quote from Paula. Epstein's mother's name was Pauline, saying, "I scouted the most talentless bowlers just to make Jeffrey look good." Math teacher is hung by Paul Moosey, a bizarre, dark humor piece about a math teacher and a student named Mighty Joe. Hot Rides in the Gate by Larry John Steitman, a nostalgic piece about the most craved auto explosion in Seagate. The page brings a celebratory focus directly onto Jeffrey Epstein and his mother Paula. The Peddler Pusher article, which humorous and explicitly casts Jeffrey as the pride and joy. The fabricated quote from his mother, designed to make him look good, is a direct, albeit joking, admission of the purpose behind these fond recollections, to praise and lionize Jeffrey Epstein. The story of the beloved nonconformist teacher also concluded, reforming the theme of celebrating intellectual rebellion. The page is exceptionally important because it directly names Jeffrey as the subject of the scrapbook's admiration. Here's the thing. There's a lot of these with the anecdotes from the people in Brooklyn that he grew up with. And yet none of these are sexual in nature. Do you notice that? Some of them are kind of like, oh, and then he just appeared with some money. Oh, I noticed that he was, doing well, or here we were at school and we were rebelling and we were doing this thing here, doing that thing here, having fun here. This is how his mom felt or how his teacher felt. None of it is like, and then he grabbed him by the pussy. Like, none of it. So, like, as Ghislaine said, like, with money, with more status, more money, comes more power. With more power comes more sex, more of this fucking kink, more of this control. Where you get back, man. You lose it. 44. Ooh, doo, doo, doo. Okay. 44. This page contains the conclusion of one article and two new fictional pieces, all filled with inside jokes and references to shared youth in Brooklyn. Conclusion of Hot Rides in the Gate. The top left corner lists more fictionalized, most treasured vehicles belonging to local characters. Near Drowning in Chocolate by Willie the Soda Jerk. A surreal and humorous story about a teenager who nearly drowns in chocolate syrup at a local soda fountain. Near Miss on Belt Parkway by Officer Bix. A detailed story about three Seagate boys who pull a prank on their math tutor, Richard Dickey Freed, a name that appears as an author on other pages. The boys hide in the back of his Volkswagen Beetle, then pop up while he is driving on the Belt Parkway, scaring him and causing him to nearly lose control. The story ends with the boy being deprived of his precious lobster salad for 1 week, a running joke from earlier pages. The page continues to dominate themes of celebrating a mischievous and rebellious yet ultimately harmless youth. The stories are lighthearted and filled with nostalgic boys will be boys energy. The near miss story is a prime example, framing a potentially dangerous prank as a funny memory and a testament to characters' youthful antics. The significance of this page is not in any direct evidence of a crime, but is a powerful contribution of the scrapbook's overarching deceptive narrative. Oh, it's not over. I thought it was going to be over on that one. I thought for sure that was going to be it on this. I didn't realize how many of these little anecdotes there were. These are clearly people that went to like high school and college with him. So these are not people that necessarily knew the powerful, rich version of Jeffrey Epstein. These were people that knew the regular version of Jeffrey Epstein. And that regular version of Jeffrey Epstein, that one was, he was doing some normal stuff, it looks like. He wasn't doing too much craziness. I mean, really not a lot in the Brooklyn stuff. Not a lot at all. Other than the one friend mentioning how after high school he left and then came back with a ton of money. Not a lot there at all. Actually, for as many stories as there is in this thing, it is really interesting that there isn't really anything there. The page features 3 final satirical articles, one of which is deeply significant. Freak Show by Charles Shamas, a short, absurd article about a fictional Coney Island freak show. Fans Wild Over Dynamite Tuna by Clem Glatter, a metaphorical story about a genius young lad who invents a miracle tuna recipe, reinforced by boy genius narrative that lionizes Epstein's seemingly magical ability to create success. Teen Brings Home Brit by Merton Brecht. This is a critical article. It tells the story of a cocky Coney Island teenager who brings a genuine British panouche home to live with him. The story portrays this Brit as a negative influence, saying the boy's mother never trusted the panouche and believes she instinctively snapped the intelligence and manhood from her son. The story ends with the mother getting the wild Englander deported by the INS, Immigration and Natural Service Department. Okay, wow, that one's... Who wrote that one? Merton Bircher? Okay. Somebody was like, "Oh, you want me to fucking tell you how I feel about Epstein? I'll tell you how I feel about you, lady." This starts to paint the other picture of it all. If Ghislaine is the orchestrator, if Ghislaine is the reason this all happened, then you can't believe Ghislaine's side of the story. You can't listen to the interview with Ghislaine for 6.5 hours and go, "Oh, that makes all sense." You start to go, "Wait, you're saying you were never rich? How are you never rich? How are you, huh? How do you just so naive?" Like, she knows how to play naive well, but maybe she is the orchestrator. Maybe she brought home this kid and gave him a life he wouldn't otherwise have. We know where her money comes from. We know where her money comes from. And we know he didn't have any. And we know that she's building this narrative in this book for him. The most significant article, Teen Brings Home Brit, is a direct, albeit crude and satirical allegory of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. The Brit, the British Panush, is an unmistakable reference to Ghislaine Maxwell, the British socialite who was Epstein's constant companion. A negative portrayal. In stark contrast to earlier, more glamorous depictions in the book, the article portrays the Brit as a suspicious and draining figure. It suggests a perception, at least by the article, a childhood friend, that she was a negative or controlling influence on Epstein. Ghislaine Maxwell's curation. The most stunning aspect of this article is that Ghislaine Maxwell herself curated this scrapbook. Her decision to include a piece that paints a derogatory and inflaming caricature of her is bizarre and revealing. It may hint at a complex in-joke, a strange power dynamic within their relationship, or the complicated way Maxwell was perceived by Epstein's original circle of friends. I think the second is true. And let's look at this page here. Where is that one written? Could she have just taken that out? I don't think you take that out. And what does it say? Let's read this. Let's read the Teen Brings Home Brit. Let's read this one. A cocky Coney Island teenager met a genuine British Panush and had the audacity to bring her home to live in his parents' house. His mother never trusted the Panush and believed that she insidiously sapped the intelligence and manlyhood from her son. After months of monitoring and recording observed data, the mother supplied the INS with all the dope on this wild Englisher and had her deported. When the boy regained his senses, he had totally forgotten any details of the British Panush. Oh, okay, yeah. So they're basically like, I mean, I can see her keeping that, and I can see it being the joke, because it's like, it's being very lighthearted, like being like, oh, she's just so stunning and crazy, and they had to get rid of her. They had to get her out of his life. But again, she's trying to orchestrate it as though she was just working for him. Not even close to true. Not even close to true. Not at this one. No, not at this point. Not in 2003. That's for sure. Not in 2003. Okay, page 46. This page features a final fictional article and a classified section. Article, ejected from Singles Weekend by Henry Youngman. The story describes a group of Coney Island teenagers who cause a disturbance at a singles weekend at a country club. The central anecdote involves a boy referred to as a Neanderthal who, to make a point, begins eating directly out of the large salad serving bowl without knife or fork, much like a mad dog. He then dumps the salad on the floor, gets on all fours, and continues eating it. The group is immediately ejected. Coney Island classifieds. This section is a long list under the dining category. It names numerous real and likely fictionalized Coney Island restaurants and eateries: Nathan's, Sam's, Knife's, etc., each with a short inside joke description. This concluding page reinforces the scrapbook's central themes of celebrating rebellion and establishing an authentic Brooklyn identity. Celebration of behavior. The ejected from singles weekend story is the most explicit example yet of the scrapbook celebration of boorish antisocial behavior. Acting like a mad dog is not condemned but is presented as a climax of a humorous anecdote about youthful defiance. The story lionizes breaking social norms in a most extreme way, grounding the mythos in authenticity. The long detailed list of Coney Island food joints serves to ground the entire publication in specific authentic place. It functions as a final nostalgic tribute to the shared roots of Epstein and the friends who contributed to the book. This page is disturbingly amped conclusion to the scrapbook's elaborate work of myth-making and deception. I'm waiting for the big one, guys. I'm not giving up. I know there's something in here. There's something in here. There's something in this thing, guys. There's something in it. Page 47. There's something in it. There's something in it. Do 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 do. Page 47. Page 47. 47. All right, 47 is the 11th page of the satirical publication created by Jeffrey Epstein's classified section. The page is divided into two columns, continuing the classifieds theme of the previous page. Left column, dining. This section continues the nostalgic list of real and fictionalized Brooklyn eateries, filling with hyper-local references: Neddick's, White Castle, Splalkin's Garden, etc., and inside jokes about the food and clientele. Right column, personals, is a list of joke personal ads. While most of the surreal inside jokes, one is exceptionally significant. Horny Seagate girls looking for some thrills. Call redacted. Oh, okay. So, what? Can we see that in there? No, they really redacted it. God. That one's interesting. That one's really interesting to me, guys. Because not only did they redact it, but they redacted the name and then the rest of the joke, which is the more the more interesting thing about it. they redacted not only the name, but there's a whole nother line there. All right, okay. The page serves as a final detailed ode to the group's shared Brooklyn youth, with the dining list providing an authentic backdrop. The personal section continues the theme of crude juvenile humor. However, the horny Seagirl Gates ad stands apart. While presented in the same joking tone as the rest of the publication, it is not a nostalgic story about a teacher or a food item. It is a mock, or perhaps literal, classified ad for a procured woman for sex. The phone number has been redacted in the publicly released version of the document. Oh, so it's the phone number as well. Okay. This page contains one of the most damning and revealing items in the entire scrapbook. Directly mirrors predatory behavior. The horny girls looking for some thrills ad is direct and unambiguous reference. Oh, there we go. Knew that was coming. Flip her over, and do her again. Here we go. If you're listening audio only, my light went out again, so I'm having to slip the light. Okay. All right. Okay, back at it. Oh, I gotta go. I gotta switch that guy back to. Damn, that's the thing. I gotta switch to the fucking this guy too. All right. Okay. However, classified. Okay. Direct mirrors predatory behavior. The horny Seagirls looking for some thrills ad is a direct and unambiguous reference to the very activity and the heart of Jeffrey Epstein's criminal enterprise, the procurement of young women for sex. Unlike the metaphorical or sanitized stories on the other pages, this joke blatantly simulates a part of the sex trade. Its inclusion in a celebratory tribute is horrific. It demonstrates that a predatory mindset, the casual seeking of anonymous thrills, was so deeply ingrained in the Epstein's inner circle that it was considered a suitable topic for a humorous, public-facing tribute. The line between joke and reality becomes terrifyingly thin. Throughout the scrapbook, Ghislaine Maxwell carefully curated a myth of a misunderstood genius with a harmless, rebellious past. On this page, the mask slips. The publication momentarily ceases its work of sanitizing the past and instead makes a joke that is a chilling reflection of Epstein's present and future crimes. It is a stunning example of hiding in plain sight, where the darkest truths of their operation are laundered through the medium of a crude boy joke right in the middle of a book designed to project respectability. It could just be but why would it be in his birthday book? Because I was like, it could just be that they just put that joke out there. And I'm like, it's not the internet. This is for him. And then they would put her phone number on it too. So that when people were flipping through this birthday book of his, they would see that. I don't know. I mean, it could be just a joke directed at somebody that was a slut, and then they just redacted it because they don't want it to fall into that territory. But it also could be something way darker. Okay. 48. 48 seems pretty quick and easy. Quick and easy, they say. That one kind of shocks me. But it could just be a joke, right? I don't know. I'm still my most important concern with when it comes to Epstein is where the fuck the money come from, and the fact that nobody, even in this book, knows. It's just like all this dancing around it bullshit. Oh, he's a success. A success of what? Just tell me, please. And I'm not some crazy person trying to speculate that the money was from the sex ring. I just want to know where the money came from. Tell me. I need to know. Who is handing him the money and saying, this needs to happen. Whatever you're doing needs to happen. You'll make money doing it. It's weird. It's weird. It's very weird. All right. The final page of the satirical publication created for Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday continues the classified section. The page contains 4 final jokes, certified ads. Bus passes cheap, a joke ad about getting discounted school bus passes. Free long distance, an ad about a dubious free phone call service. Subway token getting expensive, a joke about making counterfeit subway tokens or slugs. Swigglers, a highly explicit mock personal ad that reads, if you are wild and crazy and good in bed, you're invited to Bontney Talk House. If you're lucky, you'll be selected to attend one of New York's most uninhibited orgies. See you there. Okay, I mean, again, that seems like a joke. The first 3 ads conclude the theme of youth, harmless mischief, and petty scams common to a city upbringing. However, the final Swigglers ad is profoundly different. It is not a nostalgic memory or a surreal joke about a food. It is an open and explicit invitation to a swingers lifestyle and group sex. The ad describes as a significant location, Bounty Talk House, and a selection process to attend uninhibited orgies. This single entry is one of the most explicit and damning pieces in an entire scrapbook, moving far beyond jokes into a chilling reflection of the Epstein-Maxwell world. Oh, what's this? What's this all about? I feel like he was just like a fucking agent of the U.S. You know, find out he was an FBI agent in 30 years. That's what we're gonna find out, people. You're gonna find out he was a fucking FBI agent. Because I don't know the rest of this even makes sense. Oh, we got some chats here now. George W. Bush, Republican members, did 9/11. Al Qaeda Emiris didn't. Austrian painter plus Jewish is love. Okay, thanks, man. Appreciate your comments. All right. Page 49 features a collection of ID cards, certificates, and photos of Jeffrey Epstein's youth. This page is a nostalgic collection of memorabilia belonging primarily to Warren Epstein, one of Epstein's childhood friends, and Terry B. Kelka. Warren Ellenstein's... Oh, wait. No, this page is a nostalgic collection of memorabilia belonging primarily to Warren Ellenstein and one of Epstein's childhood friends and Terry B. Kelka. Warren Ellenstein's memorabilia, a high school ID, a surface and rapid transit student pass for Warren Ellenstein for the 1968-1969 school year. A taxi driver license issued to Warren Ellenstein expiring in 1974. A photo shows him with a prominent afro hairstyle. A driver's ed certification for Eldavkey Academy dated June 7th, 1969. Terry B. Kelga's ID, a taxi driver's license issued Terry B. Kelga's, also expired in 1974. Other items: a large photo of the same man, Warren Ellenstein, featured in the license, a Seagate Association tenant pass, a joke business card for largest dude ranch in the East. The page is a tribute to Epstein's old circle of friends, using personal artifacts to evoke memories of their shared youth in Brooklyn in the late 1960s and early 70s. The students' IDs and taxi licenses paint a picture of regular working class teenagers and young men. The page is a visual representation of the friends and stories mentioned in the satirical Seagate Chronicles section. The inclusion of Terry Kilda's ID is particularly significant, as he was mentioned by name in an earlier letter from Epstein's mother. Instead of you went with Terry Kilda to Europe. This visual confirms his identity as part of this inner circle. Oh my God, people. So pull that photo back up. This guy, that's the one right there. That's him, right? No, that's the Warren. No, it's this guy. That's Terry guy. A limousine license for Terry. And again, why did they have limo licenses? Why did Terry have a limo license? What was this whole thing? What was this? What was this all about? I don't understand. Fucking crazy, guys. It's crazy. This faded man right here in the center is the man that he went to Europe with before he went to the high school to work in New York, before he became famous, made all this money. It's crazy. I feel like if we had more individual homies in the world that really wanted to know what's actually going to happen here, then we would be able to figure this out pretty easily. But the problem is like it's tough to keep paying attention to it, for one. That's the other tough thing. You do get tired. But let's recap what we've learned so far. We've learned that he spent a bunch of money with his dad and his mom in Israel and taking them out and stuff, and that was while he was starting his first thing. We've also learned from his mom and from this other friend, and also seen the identity of that person now, what the whole deal was with the going to Europe, and then he comes back and he's just ready to go, making money. It's crazy. All right. And then we have the insinuation of the sex hotline on the classifieds of the high school, which, again, that could be kind of tossed away. All right. 3 class photos from this time in the New York City public school system. This page displays a chronological progression of Jeffrey Epstein's school years through official classified portraits. I just want to make sure that you are getting the right photos for me. Yes, you are. Okay, cool. So the page displays Top photo, the class picture of public school 188, Brooklyn, New York, class 53. This would be Epstein's fifth grade class around 1963, 1964. Middle photo, the class picture of public school 188, Brooklyn, New York, class 63. This would be the sixth grade class around 1964, 1965. And the bottom photo, the graduation photo of the class of June 1967 from Mark Twain Junior High School. This captures Epstein and his classmates as young teenagers at approximately 14 years of age. The page is a classic element of the milestone birthday scrapbook, a visual timeline of personal youths through their school photos. The images are meant to evoke nostalgia and illustrate a typical shared experience of growing up and moving through the public school system. They provide a clear visual history of Epstein's ordinary Brooklyn childhood. All right. Page 51. Page 51. Are you doing by that day? I just got like 80s like dance jams stuck in my head. If I sing songs, will they get content ID'd? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. All right. This one looks like this is going to be a doozy. All right. You guys ready for this one? Page 51. It juxtapositions an apparently candid photo of his youth with a professional magazine clipping from his young adulthood. Top photo, a color photograph of a teenage boy, presumably a younger Jeffrey Epstein, wearing a prominent polka dot shirt and a patterned tie. Bottom item, magazine clipping. This is a key element of the page. Title, Bachelor of the Month. Image, a professional black and white studio portrait of Jeffrey Epstein. Text, financial strategist Jeffrey Epstein, 27, talks only to people who make over $1 million a year. If you're a cute Texas girl, write this New York dynamo at 55 Water Street, 49th floor, New York City, 10041. Photo credit, photo by Stephen Ogilvy. This page marks a critical pivot in a scrapbook's narrative, shifting from Epstein's humble Brooklyn childhood to the beginnings of his public persona as a wealthy and mysterious figure in New York finance. The Bachelor of the Month feature, likely from the publication like Cosmopolitan around 1980, is presented as a major milestone. The text of a feature is deliberately crafted to project an image of extreme exclusivity, arrogance, and desirability. All right. I mean, we knew that one. We knew that one. That one's been on the news. That one was on the news. But what about this one? This one's going to be like, this one's all about gay little boys. They're all gay little boys now. All gay little boys. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Boo doo boo baby. All right. Page 52. Here we go. Page 52. In a collage page filled with candid photos from his younger adulthood. The page is divided into two sections, both featuring vintage, informal photographs that appear to be from the 1970s. Top section, 4 color photographs seemingly cut from ID or passport photo strips. They feature a shirtless young man with dark, curly hair, identifiable as Jeffrey Epstein, along with several of his friends. The hairstyles are characteristic of the era. Sorry, I am losing my mind a little bit right now tonight. The bottom section, a collage of a collage of black and white photo booth photos. These show Epstein and his group of friends laughing and posing together in candid, spontaneous manner. One photo includes an older man in a gate hat, a likely reference to their neighborhood, Seagate. This page serves as a powerful visual tribute to the friendships and camaraderie of Epstein's youth. The photographs are strip and ID style shots, common mementos of the time, are meant to evoke a sense of carefree, fun-loving, and authentic youthful connection. It is classic scrapbook page designed to celebrate nostalgia and long-standing friendships. All right. More of them. And again, like, look at them when they're like that with those fucking with that hair. They're riding Harleys or something now. That hair in the front and the top photos. Is that the guy he went to fucking? Is that the guy that he went to Europe with? I want to know what happened in Europe after high school. That's what matters most. When we know that, we will know what happened here. Because if we find out what happened in Europe, that's the key. That's the key, people. I'm telling you. All right. The key is... Okay. 53. Featuring black and white photos from his young adulthood, likely early 1970s. The page contains 3 candid photographs that capture the style and culture of the era. Top left photo, a full-length shot of 2 young men, likely Jeffrey Epstein and a friend, with large afro hairstyle, wearing long coats and flared pants. It is subsequential images of 1970s fashion. Bottom left photo, Epstein and friends seated on 2 Triumph motorcycles. This image visually corroborates the story in the satirical Seagate Chronicles about 2 boys returning from Europe with trumpet motors. Oh my God. This is him. Whatever they did in Europe, guys, right here, this is him. Whatever he did with this guy, that's who got him the thing. I'm telling you, that's who it is. This guy, he went to Europe with him right out of high school. And when they returned with these. And this was the symbol of like the whole like, and then when he came back, he went to Dalton and he started making all this money. It's this guy. That's Epstein. Who the hell's this guy? What was this guy doing? What was Epstein doing? How are these 2 buffoons going over to Europe and then becoming millionaires when they come back. Not both, but just one. Weird fucking shit, guys. Okay. Right photo, an informal, slightly crude joke photo of two men bent over the engine of a Volkswagen Beetle, one of them with their pants sagging to expose the top of their buttocks, a plumber's crack. This page is a visual celebration of the specific youthful persona, the cool, rebellious, and free-spirited rule breaker of the 1970s in motorcycles, the hairstyles, the vaguely antisocial humor of the plumber's crack photo all work together to build an image of a charismatic bad boy and his adventures. This aesthetic is a key component of the mythology being built in the scrapbook. Is it being built, or is it who he is? Is he just a bad boy? Is he just a Mr. Bad Boy? Mr. Epstein, are you just a bad boy? I must ask you. I wonder if one of these guys is the actual guy, if they're going to tell us anything about him. Okay. We're on page 54 here. All right. The page displays 4 black and white photos which appear to be official school or yearbook portraits of the late 1960s and early 1970s. Each photo shows a teenage boy in a sweater or jacket and tie with hairstyles and charismatic characteristic of the period. One of the individuals is a young Jeffrey Epstein, and the other 3 are presumably his close high school friends, whose photos appear in various other parts of the scrapbook. Okay. It's either whatever he was doing at the time, or whatever they got him into at the time, or whatever they all got into at the time. Something happened. Something happened, and the fact that there's no rags to riches story. I mean, I get it from everybody else, honestly. It's kind of the same thing as Ghislaine, but it's like I feel like Ghislaine's the easiest excuse for who actually did it. Like, she's the main culprit right now of, like, who gave him the money is her. But to even say that she's ignorant and everybody else is ignorant, it's like, I guess, I mean, that's the thing. It's like when this stuff like this happens, people don't really, you feel too uncomfortable to ask. So the grift continues. But who was funneling it? Somebody knows. Somebody knows where the fucking money was coming from. Somebody does. Okay. Page 55. Highly revealed collage page of Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday. The page contains 3 distinct items from Epstein's youth. Top, a autograph yearbook entry, a handwritten note from a teenage Jeffrey Epstein to his friend Warren Ellenstein featured on the other page. The note contains a short, self-deprecating poem about his dark, crazy hair. It reads, "To Warren, dark in the night, not witty, not bright. As he goes through the halls, people stop and stare to see a gook boy with dark, crazy hair. Your tutor, Jeffrey Epstein." Okay. Now I'm starting to... Maybe he was just a smart motherfucker. But again, where's the money come from? Because if he was a child prodigy musician who everybody's like, oh my God, you're where? And he's like, I'm smarter than everybody. And then over here, he's smarter than everybody. And then, like, he's just, these women are taking advantage of him as well. They're from impoverished families. It's a sex operation, essentially. It all blows up because Ghislaine can't shut up. That makes sense, too. Seeing things like this where he's writing his own friend in high school telling him how he's his tutor and this kid is dumb. Left, a joke card. A card with a photo of a young man with long hair and text that reads, "Send this poor starving child of nature a nice can of dynamite tuna. Could you have it on your conscience not to?" This is a reference to the running dynamite tuna joke seen in the satirical newspaper section. Right, a color photograph, a photo of four young men with long 1970s style hair and clothing, including Epstein, posing together on a set of an outdoor step. The center most significant item on this page is the yearbook entry, which, while the other items reinforce the themes of inside jokes in the tight-knit group of friends, the signature on the note is a profound revelation. By signing the note to his friend as "your tutor," a teenage Jeffrey Epstein is already displaying a core aspect of a persona he would cultivate for the rest of his life, that a teacher and an intellectual superior guide. This single page provides one of the earliest and clearest pieces of evidence of psychological foundation of Epstein's future predatory behavior. Epstein's entire adult life was built around the persona of a brilliant, mysterious mentor. He used this guise to gain the trust of powerful businessmen, scientists, and politicians, and the most damningly to groom and manipulate young women and underage girls he abused. This note provides that this manipulative dynamic was not a later invention, but was part of his identity from a very young age. He saw himself not as a peer, but as a tutor to those around him. The tutor persona was a weapon. It created a power imbalance where he was the source of knowledge, guidance, and opportunity, and others, including his victims, were his students or prodigies. Oh, shit. It's a fucking cult leader. This note is the origin story of the weaponization of that identity. Ghislaine Maxwell's decision to include this in the scrapbook is stunning. What could be seen as an early sign of arrogance or manipulative personality is instead presented as proof of the boy genius myth. The scrapbook celebrates the very trait that would become the cornerstone of his methodicalization of abuse, referring to a predatory impulse of admirable sign of early brilliance. Okay. I mean, I think it kind of shows that, like, he might have been the tutor. He might have been the guy that was... This one, though, this is when shit starts getting weird, all right? Like, they're all in Speedos together. They're doing it again later on in life. I see that guy with the fro again, that guy that was there before. It's like these people are lifelong friends for forever. But you see how they all were hairy, weird-looking people, and then now they're just Jews? Except for Epstein, who's, like, really hot now and everything. But again, like, if that's what he's saying, he's like, "You're my tutor." It's kind of almost like a Jordan Belfort type thing, where it's like, I'm on your team, but you're doing my duties, kind of shit. You know? I don't know. Okay, here we go. Let's see here. Page 56 features a stark then and now comparison. The page displays two photographs of the same four men taken decades apart. Now, again, those were the same four men that were on the front. So there's a core four. The core four here. And one of them he went to Europe with when all this happened. But there's a core four. And I feel like those core four, all four of them, all three of those other individuals know what the fuck Epstein was doing. Not necessarily know all the sex shit and operation, but they know where the money was coming from and they need to fucking fess up. This page displays two photographs of the same four men taken decades apart. Top photo, a vintage color photo, likely from the 1970s, shows a young Jeffrey Epstein and three of his close friends, all four of shirtless, posing in only their briefs, Speedo-style underwear, displaying the lanky frames and voluminous hair of their youth. A more recent photo taken specifically from the 2003 scrapbook, shows the same four men, now middle-aged, intentionally recreating the exact pose from their youth. They again shirtless and wearing only briefs, this time with the bodies of 50-year-old men. So again, like, if that's what we're doing here with this, the Speedos made sense in the 70s. They didn't make sense in the 90s, 2000s, but it makes sense to recreate the photo. This is a classic then and now tribute intended to be both humorous and powerful statement of a lifelong friendship. The act of recreating such an uninhibited and silly photograph for their youth is a symbol of the enduring deep bond between these men, a friendship that has lasted from their teenage years into middle age. It celebrates a shared history and a willingness to laugh at themselves and the passage of time. While depicting no crime, this page is one of the most powerful and disturbing visual elements in the entire scrapbook. The page is an ultimate visual expression of the boys will be boys. Okay, yeah, okay. We're just doing interpretations here, though. All right. Page 57. If you're still with us, if you're still listening, thank you for listening. Be a awesome human being and just fucking hit a like button or subscribe or something, or tell somebody to listen to this goddamn thing. Because, like, we should all know this information here. An internal error has occurred. Oh, no. Did my tokens fail? Am I done? Did I token out? That's the thing with this shit, though, man. Sometimes it'll freeze up when the tokens haven't been out, and it's hard to reprogram these bots to do exactly what they've been doing. So I'm doing it where I can take a screenshot of each one of these shots, and it's going to give me this exact tone and phrasing and breakdown each time. And I've started skipping the third breakdown, which is the connection to the scandal, unless there's like a direct connection to the scandal or it's really interesting information, because it pretty much just repeats it and tries to contextualize what's going on. But we're starting to slow up here, and it's starting to scare me a little bit. 57, page 57 is one of the most disturbing and self-incriminating pages in Jeffrey Epstein's 50th scrapbook. It features a handwritten note and a photograph from his youth. Photograph. A color photograph, likely from the 1970s, shows a young Jeffrey Epstein in a distinctive handprint patterned T-shirt, talking with another young man on a street. Handwritten note. Above the photo is a handwritten story that reads, title, Girls on My Boat. Text, we pick up girls on beach. Went out on went out on boat. I tell them with knife in my hand to take suits off. But Warren tells, don't worry, his name is JN. He's just joking. He live at so and so. I tell Mark to throw him in the water. He did. The note tells a short fictionalized bad boy story intended as a humorous anecdote. The narrative is a fantasy of a male bravado and mediation, picking up girls, making a violent threat disguised as a joke, and then punishing the friend who breaks character. The names Warren and Mark, Epstein's brothers, identify members of Epstein's inner circle as characters in this fantasy. Exactly. This document moves far beyond nostalgic reminiscence and into a chilling confession of a predatory mindset. A joke about sexual coercion. The centerpiece of the story is the joke of I tell them with knife in my hand to take suits off. This is a explicit and unambiguous fantasy of using weaponized violence to sexually coerce women. Unlike subtle metaphors on other pages, this is a direct and horrifying simulation of sexual assault scenario. A mirror of Epstein's real life methods. This joke is a terrifyingly accurate blueprint of Epstein's real life criminal behavior. His modest operandi involved luring girls and young women to private, isolated locations like a boat, a private. Whatever. We missed the end of that one, but I don't care. That one was strange. That one is strange. I will give you that. So far, that's probably the worst sexual one we've seen. And while I drop this one to have this one analyzed, once I send the analyzation, I'm going to go back to this because I don't know if it analyzes. We picked up girls on a beach, went out on boat. I tell them with knife in my hand to take suits off, but Warren tells, don't worry, his name is JN. He's just joking. He lives at so-and-so. I tell Mark to throw him into the water. He did. Like, what? What? Huh? Sometimes, guys. Uh-oh. Starting to not get an answer again. I love when it thinks and it does all the thinking and then it doesn't give me the answer. It's just like, we did all the thinking for you, but sorry, no more answer. And my perspective is like, if I can still podcast, then you can still fucking give me the info. Motherfucker. Come on. It's going real slow on this one. Page 58. Okay. Oh, did it freeze right there? Oh, that sucks. Let me try it again. One more time here on this guy. Runner. Come on. I'm here. I'm queer. I'm ready to watch this thing. Come on, man. Uh, it's coming out. Oh, it's coming out faster. Then it stopped. You piece of shit. All right. Well, let's see if we can do this again. So if we just pull it up to the top, I might be able to just get her all the way up there. Give me the very first one. Come on, motherfucker. Give it to me, give it to me, give it to me, give it to me, give it to me. I don't want to end this stream. Oh. Hey, all right. So, what's that? Facts only, simple. Okay. So, open up a new chat because we're not fucking going home. We're not done with this. Only facts. Simple. Turn that up to 2. Turn that up to medium. Take off the sensitivity. Come up to the next one. I mean, I gotta at least do 100 pages, right? At least part 1. Could break it up into 2. I could do that. I could do it into 2 streams. I could do one more stream of this and do that, but I gotta at least get it halfway, man. Come on, we're at 57 right now. Ugh, I hope that the programming works and it's grounded the same way. Are you fucking kidding me? It's not even that. It's the birth reign. Oh, man. Well, let me try here. This might be the end of us tonight, guys. I'm going to go back. Yeah, studio. I'm going to try it one more time. But I think we might have just ran out of like local memory to the point where it's just not going to do anything for us tonight. But let's see. It's crazy. AI is weird. AI has done some really cool things with this one, and I do appreciate that. But at the same time, AI is fucking weird. Like, how can you be web-based, but then, like, I'm losing fucking memory all the time, and I can't get an answer out, and it's all strange and fucking malfunctioned and shit. And then there's a part of me that wants to just, like, do it on my phone, because I know that my phone will do it. What if I just get rid of the fucking... Just get rid of the last one. Just delete the old ones. What if I do that? What if I get rid of tokens that way? I'm sorry, guys, you're having to deal with this, but this is how the fucking sausage gets made, okay? Trying this one out again. No whammies, stop. Come on now. Page 58. If this does work, then we will just fucking delete one after we do it each time, which is crazy. But we are currently on page 58. Come on. 48. Oh, it started to, and then it fucking shat on me again. Why is it shitting on me again? It just keeps shitting on my face over and over and over again. I don't need you to retain the memory. I just need you to give me this. One more fucking time. One more time tonight, guys. Page 58. Come on. If I don't get this one, I'm going to have to do this as like a 4-part series. This is crazy. Just come on. I just want like 2 of these. We got to get through the fucking Epstein book before somebody else gets shot like Charlie Kirk again. Come on. No whammies. No whammies. Stop. Just giving me that bullshit answer again. Fucker. Motherfucker. Hey, there we go. All right, here we go, guys. Page 58. It's a handwritten page of crude anecdotes titled Castaway Volume 1, includes Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday scrapbook. Castaways likely refers to Castaways Hotel in Miami, known for its swinging nightlife in the 1960s and 70s. Transcript from the document. Castaways Volume 1. I was forking some girl in bed, plus Jeff brings in the maid to make bed. She left screaming, plus never came back. We're both in bed forking some girl. I said, "What do you think?" Well, he's shoving Polysium down my throat. I went the whole day without speaking English. Jeff told everybody I was raised on a boat in Brazil. When I came out of the bathroom brushing my teeth, plus spit the foam on the floor, Jeff says that's how they do it in Brazil. Note, forking is a crude slang term for sexual intercourse. Penicillium is a misspelling for penicillin. The page is a collection of wild memories from a close associate presented as a tribute. The stories are not nostalgic or humorous in a conventional way. They are boasted about sexual intercourse, shocking and crude behavior, and elaborate depiction. The first anecdote describes traumatizing a hotel maid with an amusement during a sexual encounter. The second anecdote, a bizarre and crude memory of another sexual encounter involving penicillin, implying a shocking and potentially non-consensual act. The third anecdote details a prank where Epstein and the author conspired to deceive a group of people through bizarre antisocial behavior, with Epstein portrayed as the ringleader of the lie. Yeah, that's the one there. That's the one there. Like, the fact that he's playing games where, like, his friend is not speaking English all day, and he's like, oh, he's from Brazil. It's how it is on the boat. I'm your tutor. Like, this motherfucker was a ringleader. He was a fucking cult leader, dude. This guy was a cult leader. And I'm kind of, like, thinking Maxwell's just a dumbass. But until I know where the money came from, Maxwell can't be a dumbass. She has to be where the money's coming from, because there's nowhere else for the money to come from right now. People got to understand that part. Like, they're not understanding that part. Like, she can't answer where the money comes from, then she's the problem. And that's why she's in prison right now. Whoa. Okay. All right. Page 59 is a handwritten page from the 50th birthday scrapbook. Are we on page 59? I just want to make sure we are. Okay, yeah. So page 59. Page 59. All right. Page 59 of the scrapbook, recounting a story from a trip taken by Jeffrey Epstein and his friends. Concord Hotel, or this is the transcript. Concord Hotel, Jewish singles weekend. Sit us down at a table with ugly girls and told them, don't you have any pretty ones? We get in room. Jack says, don't touch my hair. You dump water right on his head. Then we set room on fire, throwing food in dining room. No one would serve us, so they put us by kitchen, gave us all our money back, and told us to leave and never come back. It sounds like the worst story to ever tell about somebody ever. This is a raw, boastful, first-hand account of a group of young men, including Jeffrey Epstein, behaving outrageously during a Jewish singles weekend at the Concord Hotel, a famous Catskills resort, the author fondly recalls. Misogyny and entitlement. Openly complaining about the appearance of women, ugly girls, and demanding pretty ones. Vandalism and aggression. Pranks escalating to shocking and alarming claim. Then we set room on fire. While this could be hyperbolic, it signifies an extreme level of destructive fantasy or action. Antisocial behavior, causing such a disturbance in the dining room, throwing food, that they had to be isolated and were eventually kicked out of the resort entirely. A victory. The story concludes with a sense of triumph. They were refunded their money and told never to come back. A clear badge of honor for their transgressive behavior. I mean, yeah, that's an interesting one. But again, this is boys will be boys behavior, if anything, really. Whew. Page 60, is this where we're at? Page 60, buddy? We're on page 60. Page 60. Wait, it's not the same one, is it? Oh, it's the same letter? Why is the same letter written twice on here? In two different handwritings? That's bizarre. It's literally written twice, the same exact letter. Weird. All right, 61. Getting some redacteds in here now. Getting some redacteds back in. Make sure you drop that comment. Give me a chat. Let me know what you guys think so far of the stream, of any of your leading theories, what you want to know about Epstein, what your thoughts are. But yeah, I think we still need to know where the money is, and until we do, it's Ghislaine. It's Ghislaine. But everything else, oh boy, here we go. Document 61, page 61, Memories of an Unknown Contributor to Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday book. The page consists of two distinct anecdotes. Anecdote 1, redacted plus redacted. Two young girls, probable just 17. Wait, what? Yo, what? They're already aggressively underage. Whoa. Redacted and redacted. Two young girls, probable just 17, and were riding in my father's caddy, Park Ave, top down, smooching it up to care, drop dead laughing. Anecdote 2, ocean reef trip. Start off you get speeding ticket, you're with redacted and her mother and looking at me like I'm a box of candy, shoving food the whole time down my throat. The boat ride in redacted birthday present boat. What the fuck? In this page of this is a page of personal shorthand memories from a member of Epstein's inner circle. The tone is casual and reminiscent, as if jogging Epstein's memory of a specific shared memory. The second anecdote continues the scrapbook's theme of Epstein's luxurious lifestyle, trips to the exclusive Ocean Reef Club, a birthday present boat. The description of a mother fawning over him, looking at me like I'm a box of candy, speaking to the powerful and charismatic persona he projected. However, the first anecdote is of a completely different nature and significance. This single page is one of the most direct and damning pieces of evidence within the entire scrapbook. Explicit referencing to underage girls. The casual celebratory mentioning of two very young girls, probable just 17, is a direct and unambiguous reference to the exact demographic of victims of the center of Epstein's sex trafficking ring. For this to be considered a fond memory worthy of a birthday tribute is a horrifying admission. Unlike other pages that use metaphor or sanitized stories, this note describes a real-world scenario involving teenage girls. The flippant tone, drop-dead laughing, demonstrates that the presence of the underage or barely legal girls in the social circle of these adult men was not a secret crime, but a normal, accepted, and even amusing part of their lifestyle. On this page, the carefully constructed myth of the misunderstood genius completely evaporates. It is replaced by a chilling glimpse into the real world Epstein and his circle inhabited, a world where their interactions with 17-year-old girls from back of a Cadillac were a fond memory. As the book curator, Ghislaine Maxwell made the conscious decision to include this memory. This is a profound evidence of her complicity in complete normalization of the predatory culture surrounding Epstein. The first that she saw no issue with the memorialization of such an anecdote speaks volumes about her role in the criminal enterprise. This note is not a story about Epstein's past. It's a window into the ongoing criminal reality of their world in 2003. Whew. That's a tough one. It's tough to hear things like that, and you got to try to always put the perspective on it. So it's like, yeah, the probably 17, like there's Beatles songs probably 17. You know what I mean? Like top down, like all that kind of thing. Like it could just be like a glamorization of culture. I don't know. I'm still a little weirded out by that hotel note, or the dater's note about the Jewish daters, and it was literally written twice in two different handwritings, like the same thing twice in two different pages, back to back. That was strange. It's weird. Weird. Guys, I just want to get through half of this tonight. And then I will do another whole stream later, but I'm hoping that my AI can stick with it and give me at least half of this motherfucker. Give me half of it, motherfucker. Okay. 62. Handwritten contribution to Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday scrapbook. Due to its context, it is one of the single most disturbing and significant pages in the entire collection. The names have been redacted in the publicly released version. Transcript. Redacted. The rabbi's daughter. Jeff would call the house rabbi's wife and say, "This is redacted's father. I would bring her up to your mother's house and make her take her top off so we could touch her boobs. Her and redacted would play together with toys." Oh my God. This document is a reminiscence from a childhood friend. The document is reminiscence from a childhood friend written directly to Jeffrey Epstein. It describes a shared memory involving a young girl identified as the rabbi's daughter. The central sentence is a blunt and explicit confession of sexual abuse. I would bring her up to your mother's house and make her take her top off so we could touch her boobs. The use of "we" and "your mother's house" directly implicates both the author and Jeffrey Epstein in a coordinated act of coercion and abuse against a young girl, which took place in Epstein's own family home. The note also describes a related prank where Epstein would call the girl's mother pretending to be her father. Yeah, it's like almost like psychotic level of manipulation. Like, I'm your tutor, I will teach you things. Like, I said that he was from Brazil and couldn't speak and just try to convince everybody of it for no good reason. I would call up her mom and convince her that I was the dad. It was like trying to get people to believe things just to believe them. How far could you get it? How far can you get it, you know? Interesting. Weird. Weird fucking shit, man. Weird fucking shit, man. So now they're raping the rabbi's daughter in the actual birthday book. This is fucking crazy. Okay, what the fuck is this now? Okay, page 63. Something I also might do with this whole data is take the birthday book, have all of this analyzation done to it on like one form, and then try to like use like LLM or like notebook LM, something like that to create some sort of conversational podcast where you could like listen to the entire essentially the entire book and get what I'm doing here, but in a more, narratively built platform. All right, here we go. Well, that says 55, so that's not right. I'm trying to see if this is... I think it just got the Johnny Boy Kaffa. Is this Johnny Boy Kaffa? Yeah, it's by Johnny Boy Coffa. Okay, so they just got the document wrong. They put the wrong document date on it when they gave me the data, so I didn't know if this was right. Coffa, again, Johnny Boy Coffa. This is, well, now we know what his nickname is, who he really is, Johnny Boy Coffa. And Johnny Boy Coffa is the person he went to Europe with. When he came back, he was in Dalton. He had all this money. He was ready to do all this stuff. Yeah, so now we're back here with Mr. Jimmy Boy Coffa. Whew. This one is a deeply personal and explicit 2-page letter from Jeffrey Epstein from a man identified as Johnny Boy Coffa, dated January 15th, 2020 or 2003. It is arguably one of the most shocking and revealing documents in the entire scrapbook. This letter is a candid and crude reminiscence of the author's and Epstein's shared youth and formative travels. Key recollections include early sexual encounters. The author casually writes, "You may not remember, but I was under the impression that you would bring me where men go when you stole my virginity." A shared trip to Europe. The author recounts a budget trip to Europe where they survived on $2 a day, hitchhiked, and slept in abandoned houses and on beaches. Petty crime. The author cheerfully admits to their shared lawbreaking. We were too savvy to stay in youth hostel. Hell, I can't even remember us having a sit-down meal on the trip. We could care less about food. We did steal all that cheese and bread and did steal 2 heavy, itchy blankets from that youth hostel. Detained by police. The author notes, I remember the Corfu police detained you on arrival to the island. We had some hairy moments. That's what made it such a great trip. Early relationship with a British babe. The letter concludes with a critical detail. You, Jeff, seized it. You spent the next summer in London and came home with a beautiful British babe named Redacted. You had such a chutzpah too. What the fuck? Wait, why is it redacted? The beautiful British lady should be Ghislaine Maxwell, should it not? And if it's not, if Redacted named Redacted, a beautiful the next summer in London, you came home with a beautiful British babe named Redacted. That's the one. That's who. That Redacted. Who is that? You had such a chutzpah too. The letter is raw, unfiltered, attributed from very close friends, intended to celebrate a shared history of rebellion, adventure, and boundary pushing. The author views their shared illegal acts, theft, and hardships as positive character building experiences. The latter explicitly praises Epstein's chutzpah and ambition, framing him as a person who seized opportunities. Yes, seized opportunities the next summer in London with a lovely British woman, which Redacted. And again, like the whole thing where they were like, we got to get rid of this British woman. Wasn't Ghislaine. Someone else. This document moves far beyond nostalgia and serves as a horrifying piece of corroborating evidence about Epstein's character and lifelong patterns of behavior. The stole my virginity line. This is a stunning and chilling statement. While possibly intended as a crude joke between friends about a sexual encounter, the use of the word stole as the context of the sex is profoundly disturbing. It speaks to a cavalier, coarse, and non-consensual view of sex that was apparently present from Epstein's youth and was known in his inner circle. In light of the countless accusations of sexual assault against him, this joke reads as a horrifying confession hidden in plain sight. The letter gleefully recounts instances of theft and police detainment, presenting them not as transgressions but as admirable adventures. It demonstrates that a disregard for the law was a celebrated core part of Epstein's persona, a trait that his friends lionized. The mindset that rules and laws do not apply to them is the very foundation upon which his criminal enterprise was built. The heavily redacted name of a beautiful British babe from Epstein's young adulthood is extremely significant. While Ghislaine Maxwell is the most famous British woman in his life, though he met her later, this shows a pattern of interest in British women that predated her. More importantly, it demonstrates how the narrative of bringing babes home was a celebrated part of his mythos long before the full scope of his trafficking was known. The redaction itself suggests the identity of the woman is highly sensitive. Yeah, exactly. It's highly sensitive. Because that was the tie to the money. I'm starting to think Ghislaine is just an idiot. I am. I'm starting to think that Ghislaine is just an idiot. A naive, easily abused idiot. And I'm starting to believe that whoever the fuck Redacted was, whoever this British beautiful Redacted was, that person is the person that they're talking about that was a problem with mom, the person that shifted everything. Because again, we thought everything shifted with this Johnny fella, with Johnny Coffa when he went to Europe, and now we're hearing from him that trip was like they didn't have any money, they were penny pinching. It's another symbolism of him rags to riches kind of thing, and that's what his mom's kind of getting at there. But Johnny does tell us that the next summer is when things really took off for Epstein. And he's saying this to Epstein. So we understand that this is exactly how the whole thing gets transferred over. And it's through a British beautiful woman that then can be naively mistaken for Ghislaine Maxwell whenever not mentioned by name, but when mentioned by name is redacted. That one, that's the one, people. That's the interesting one right there. All right, here we go. Next page. 64 is a long, deeply personal, highly revealing typed letter signed by Johnny Boy, a close childhood friend of Jeffrey Epstein. They don't give a shit. Okay, so here's the end of this letter here from Johnny Boy. They don't give a shit. That don't give a shit attitude, your calculated aloofness, your sense of humor, and most importantly, that confidence came to you early on. You had to have confidence and I don't give a shit attitude to bring Redacted into your Seagate world. What the fuck? You began to realize that you could get away with shit. The chicks and people in general were schmucks. You sensed that you were sharper and more astute than most, especially the ones who had women, money, position, and power. Yes, your charisma and persuade. Yes, your charisma and persuasive ways came very early on. You learned from you learned them from us, me, Frog, etc., from Europe, Interchalome. Maybe you picked up a little from Timmy too. Remember meeting Philly? He's 16. He's a really great kid. Has that easygoing, confident manner. Good looking kid. And then there's Warren. Can we get together with Zukas for an evening and just get Warren started? You know the way we used to. If you look at our little group, of you, Warren, Frog, and me, we were very close. That was through high school. Then when we went to college, we were still close, but we each began go branch out from the group. A day doesn't go by that I don't think about you. What I will always be grateful for, the great times we had. You have been and still are a great influence for me. What do you think we talk about? You. It's constant. I can't stand it anymore. That's it for now. I know I got a bit sentimental, but it's the occasion. Take good care. I'll always have the fondest memories of our past, and I can honestly say they were the best years of my life, even though I couldn't ever get laid. Eternally and with love, Johnny Boy. I think Johnny Boy might have been the first Ghislaine. I think that Epstein probably had people like this that he was the tutor of, the leader of, for lots. And with these types of people, it's like you're either in or you're out. And if you're out, you're gone. And if you're gone, you're no longer special. You're no longer part of the club. All the stuff's gone. Interesting stuff. The whole, like, I want to know who the fuck Redacted is here, because I think this Johnny Boy, this group of four that we're seeing in this Epstein book, they grew up together, knew each other well. They were the best of friends. This Johnny Boy and him did some shit after high school, went to Europe, came back. The next year he stopped fucking around. He went back over, got this British girl that mom hates, that we're making these jokes about. That was insinuated earlier was Ghislaine Maxwell, this British lady, but now that we're stating the name Ghislaine would not be redacted there. So who the fuck is this lady? And it built all this confidence, all this whole thing all around him. Who is she, and what's the tie? Was it that he knew he could get that bag? He knew he could get that lady, so he could get anything he wanted, so he just kept going and he got all the aggression and everything? Or was it that the person had some kind of thing where they were going to give him money to do some shit? I don't know. This letter is raw, nostalgic, and frank reflection of a lifelong friendship. The author, Johnny Boy, provides a detailed and unfiltered character assessment of Epstein from the perspective of someone in his innermost childhood circle. The tone is admiring and affectionate, celebrating the very personality traits that can be seen as profound and dangerous. Yeah. This is it, though. This is where it all starts, people. Redacted. Fuck. Redacted. Really? That one's killing me. That Redacted is killing me. What if that's like Redacted Princess Diana? Like, we don't know. We don't fucking know, man. We have no idea. All right. I mean, I'm at least gonna go till midnight tonight, guys, and then I might pull it out. Do it part 2. But okay. Number 65. 65 is a deeply personal handwritten letter from the close childhood friend named Michael, dated January 2003. Dear Jeff, I'm supposed to write something funny. Well, I can't think of just a single episode, but rather many years of great times. Seagate, Coney Island, Mark Twain, 718 Lafayette High School, our trips to Greenwich Village, sneaking into Fillmore East, driving taxi cabs, wearing my green army fatigue jacket, and liberating books from the bookstore. Prexy's home of the educated hamburger, stores about chronic UTIs, prostate message, orgies. Wait, stories about chronic UTIs, prostate massages, orgies. Okay. Ice skating in Prospect Park with Terry plus me plus Warren with scarves on our head so we could skate during couples only music. Getting stopped in Warren's gold VW Beetle. Cooper Union, your visit to Italy, your accordion plus infamous flight of the Bumblebee, Brighton Beach baths, Terry, Warren, me, plus now you, 50 years old. Wow. Happy birthday. Best wishes. Love always, Michael. Well, Michael sounds fucking stable. Michael's the guy that stays out of this shit. Let's put it that way. Michael seems like the guy that stays out of some shit. This letter is a stream of consciousness list of intensely personal memories and inside jokes chronologizing the adventures of Epstein and his core group of friends, Terry, Warren, Michael, from their teenage years in Brooklyn through their young adulthood. The tone is highly nostalgic and affectionate, celebrating a shared past of youthful rebellion, sneaking into concerts, driving cabs, stealing books, and quirky memories, wearing scarves to pretend to be couples while ice skating. Stories about orgies is an interesting one to lay in there. To all of that. Just going to say that. Stories of orgies is a little strange. Don't you think? Don't you think that maybe stories of orgies is a little strange? Don't you think? Don't you think? Just think about it for a second. Maybe stories of orgies is a little strange. Right? I mean, just think about it. Just think about everything. Stories of orgies. A little strange. Is a little strange. Page 66 here. Ooh. I'm loving this. This is fun. Ugh, I'm getting tired, though. That's the thing. Let's see. It's a tough one to do. Just all night, just going at it. Epstein. But we are catching a story here, especially as we start to fold in on these 4 individuals. 66 appears to be a page from a junior high school yearbook or graduation program from Jeffrey Epstein's youth, likely from Mark Twain Junior High School around 1967. The page is laid out like a typical yearbook, and features content from several graduating classes. Baskets and brickbats of class 9SP3. This is the main section featuring short, humorous, one-line descriptions or roasts of various students. It includes an entry for Warren Essenstein, a known childhood friend of Epstein, whose ID card appears on an earlier page. The entry reads, "He didn't do it," is his alibi. It was me that talked, wasn't it? Other class lists. The page also indicates a simple list for students' names for Class 8 SPE, Class 9-7, and Class 9 through 12, along with a farewell message. This page is a genuine artifact from Epstein's school days. The inclusion of the boutique and brats section with a significant teasing mention of his close friend Warren Echenstein is meant to invoke nostalgia, inside joke culture, or of junior high school. It's a snapshot of a shared normal adolescent experience. Okay. All right. So normal. Oh, I'm starting to lose it with my nose, guys. I don't know. Maybe I'm fucking getting sick here. Maybe Epstein's coming to get me. Uh-oh. Here comes Epstein's math class. The math team. Mr. fucking smart guy with his math team. Mr. Smart Guy with the math team. I'm going to switch the light back on. Take a final whiz, and we'll do 45 more minutes. All right. Here we are. Whew. Oh, I was going to switch the light, wasn't I? Let's do it. Turn the light back on. Turn the light back on. All right. Last 30, 45 minutes here of this motherfucker. We're not going to be able to get through all of it tonight, but we will try to get through it this weekend because there's nothing more interesting than this fucking story. Tell you that much. Guys. All right. So are we back up here? We're right here. We're doing this thing. We're doing it right. I don't know if I'm bleeding out right there or not. Can you see me still? All right, so are we back up here? Okay. So, Jeffrey Epstein scrapbook features representative page of the high school yearbook. The page is a collage of various sections of a yearbook, all centered on extracurricular activities and student life. The most prominent items are: top left, a photo of the school's math team showing a group of male students, including a young Jeffrey Epstein, posing in a schoolroom setting. Other sections. The page includes other typical yearbook elements, such as individual student portraits arranged in groups and a photo of the senior council. The page shifts the narrative focus from Epstein's social life and rebellious persona to his intellectual and academic achievements. It serves as a primary visual evidence in the scrapbook to support the narrative that Epstein was a budding mathematical genius from a young age, while other pages celebrate him as a charming rogue or a regular neighborhood kid. This one lionizes him as a dedicated intellectual. Interesting. Oh, more photos. You know what's so funny in this so far is we are on now page 68 of this motherfucking thing, and have you guys seen a goddamn like anybody's letter or any like really pervy shit? We're pretty deep in, and while I can say definitely like conspiracy how the fuck this guy become a rich successful tycoon, since nobody wants to admit it or say anything about it, but as far as like the sex stuff, I don't know, man. A lot of this is like definitely like arguable. Nothing they're doing is that strange. I mean, the one fantasy about the knife, that was a little weird. But it's just a story, fantasy. Even if they did it, birthday book. Nothing here is too wild yet. And that's why I'm kind of like, got to keep going. Because like I got to find something wild before I go to bed. Before we end this first stream here. And we are on page 68. Is a yearbook page of Jeffrey Epstein's junior high school, included. The page displays two formal class photographs from school yearbook, each with a corresponding list of names. Top photo, class 9SP1. This is a class portrait of the 9th grade honors or special progress class. A list of names is printed below, identifying the teachers and students row by row. This class does not appear to include Jeffrey Epstein. That's strange. Huh? Because like, oh, he's in a gifted class in freshman year. Just put him in that. Why did you put the photo in there then? Bottom photo, class 9SP2. This is a portrait of the parallel 9th grade honors or SP classes. The list of names below indicates Jeffrey Epstein in row 3. Oh, okay. So there's two. So it's all of them. It's the special people. These are the special people. And he was on the bottom class. But again, like that, and that's another indicator of the highly manipulatable situation of Jeffrey Epstein being able to get his little greedy paws up there, becoming fucking Jordan Belfort. But I want to know where the money came from. This is an authentic page from the junior high school yearbook, likely Mark Twain Junior High School in Brooklyn, circa 1967, when Epstein was in 9th grade. It's included in the scrapbook, is meant to be a nostalgic look back at his school days, providing a very specific and official memento from his youth. The SP designated for the class subtly reinforces the boy genius narrative by showing he was an advanced or honors track for an early age. But at this point, I don't think it's a narrative. I think there's definitely something going on there. I'm your tutor, like the fucking highly manipulatable, highly like everybody wants to be his best friend kind of thing. If there's something there, definitely something there. All right, what we got here now? Oh, guys, we made it. Page 69. Uh-huh. Page 69. Page 69. Page 69. Page 69. Come on now. Page 69. No? No, page 69. Page 69 of Jeffrey Epstein's book. They're like, this is the one where he explains how he did it all. Page 69. Features an authentic junior high school report card from 1967 overlaid with a long satirical handwritten comment created for the book in 2003. Top document report card. Source: an official report to the parents from Mark Twain Junior High School in Brooklyn, New York. Epstein Jeffrey. Date: term ending June 1967, when Epstein was 14. Content: the report card shows his actual grades and teacher comments from that time. Bottom section: handwritten satirical note. Style: a lengthy, glowing teacher's report written in a satirical and Lodorian tone. Key jokes: it phrases his potential mastery of foreign languages, including Swedish, Russian, and currently Portuguese. It falsely claims recognition in the field of science is also forthcoming. Epstein is currently enrolled at Harvard. An absurd aggression for a 14-year-old report card. It contains the line, in health education, it can be said that Jeffrey has totally mastered the female form. It ends with a punchline. He remains the most henpicked man in the world. What the fuck? The page juxtaposition a mundane, authentic artifact from Epstein's childhood with a highly revealing satirical tribute written by one of his friends. The handwritten note uses the format of a teacher's comment to lavish Epstein with exaggerated praise, a common format for a roast. However, the content of the jokes is exponentially significant. The document is one of the most damning. Okay. Because in health education, it can be said that Jeffrey has totally mastered the female form, is what they're saying. Okay. I think it's, again, like that can just be like some Playboy conversation. These are really, for the world's most notorious pedophile, we're really not getting a lot here, guys. We really are not getting a lot. And that is interesting to me. We're getting a whole lot of nothing. Page 70. I want to try to at least get 100 pages out of this thing, because then I can just break it into two pieces. Otherwise, I don't know how the fuck. I think I'm going to have to do 3 of them. I do want to recap where we've been so far tonight, but I'm about to lose my mind with how long this podcast has been, and we are only on page 70. But it is a very good and interesting podcast. I am very excited to be doing this. I think that we've learned a lot tonight. I think we really have. I know I have. Page 70 of Jeffrey Epstein's 50th scrapbook features two large class photographs from junior high school. The page displays two formal black and white class portraits from what appears to be ninth grade, complete with lists of students and teachers' names. Top photo, class 993. A list of names is provided below the photo. Bottom photo, class 96. A list of names is also provided here. While Jeffrey Epstein is not explicitly identified in the list, the name of Warren Elstein, one of childhood friends featured prominently in the scrapbook, appears on the roster of class 96. This firmly places the photos within Epstein's school and social circle. Okay. Didn't confess to murder there. More photos. That's the thing. Is this what this fucking thing is? Like, we are 71 pages in this motherfucker. And they're like, did you see that Donald Trump said, like, beautiful secret? I mean, we'll get there. And that is still fucking weird, especially in this book when there's not very many other things that are like that. Except, like, what is the secret? Maybe the secret isn't even the fucking sex thing. Maybe the secret is just like, how in the fuck are we? How are you making all this money, bro? How are you making all this money, bro? How you doing it? All right. Fucking A. Hate that. Hate when it does that. Like, starts like sending the text like a second time. At some point, this thing's going to start hallucinating, and I'm not going to even know. Page 71 of the Jeffrey Epstein 50th scrapbook features two junior high school class photos. The page contains two official black and white class photographs, complete with typed captions identifying the students in each class. Captions for 9SP3, a review of names from the caption explicitly identifies a young Jeffrey Epstein. Row 2, Howard Oldspine, Jeffrey Epstein, Mark Cutler. This is the ninth grade class picture, likely from around 1967. Bottom photo captioned class 9SP5. This is similar ninth grade class picture from the same school year. The page is a standard but powerful element of scrapbooking nostalgic theme by including official school photos where Jeffrey Epstein is just one face among many and formally identified by a name. The book solidifies his backstory as that of the typical American teenager from a public school in Brooklyn. The images are meant to be a straightforward documentary style look at his formative years. Okay. All right. They're going to be like, and this is the fucking president of Mexico admitting that he was on the island. I don't fucking know, man. But, I hate when that happens. God damn it. I am dying. Dying here, people. Less than 30 minutes and then I'm just fucking out. But I would like to find something interesting to end on. That would be beautiful. Fun to end on something interesting. Oh, that's a letter. Okay, maybe the next one will be an interesting one with a letter. We have a letter next. All right, page 72. It features a photograph of a friend's wedding. A friend's wedding. Photograph. A color photo shows three men. In the center is the groom, and next to him stands another man. On the right, smiling at the camera, is Jeffrey Epstein, dressed in dark suit and tie. Handwritten notes. The page includes two notes written by a groom as a tribute to Epstein. 1. My wedding, May 30th, 1988, at the Water Club, New York City. The empty yarmulke represents Terry. Note 2. Who could not attend the wedding was in space. I met him there a few days later on my honeymoon. Okay. Interpretation. This page is a contribution from a close friend to Jeffrey Epstein reminiscing about his wedding in 1988. The photograph places Epstein, then 35 years old, squarely within the New York social circle in the late 1980s, well into his independent career in finance. The notes refer to an inside joke about a mutual friend named Terry, likely Terry Killia, who is mentioned elsewhere in the scrapbook, who was absent from the wedding. The joke serves to highlight the close, long-standing nature of their friendship. The friend's contribution to the scrapbook celebrating Epstein's presence at his wedding is intended to portray Epstein as a supportive and integral part of his social circle. Oh, I am really starting to die off here, guys. Die off here, guys. I'm starting to die off. Die off here, guys. Oh, that's right. We're going to get a new letter. Whenever we get another letter, it's a good one. I'm tired. I'm weak. I'm tired and weak. But we're still trying to get up to 100 pages. And we got 25 minutes left till Alex says, night. Good night. I'm not doing this anymore. I'm going to go night. But right now, we are on page 73, which is a typed letter from Dr. Stephen Levy, a former teacher of Jeffrey Epstein's, for his 50th birthday book. Content of the letter. Author, Dr. Stephen Levy, who identifies himself as Epstein's teacher from classes 5-3 and 6-3, the same class numbers as seen in the school photos on previous page. December of 2002. Key recollections. Dr. Levy states he was contacted by Ghislaine Maxwell to write a memory for the book. He affectionately remembers Epstein's class as a group of individually gifted children. He has a specific memory of Jeffrey, much thinner, with black horn-rimmed glasses and a full head of dark brown hair, a Mona Lisa smile that hid what was really going on in that interesting brain of yours. Who could have guessed the wonderful, fascinating things that were in store for you? He recalls Jeffrey performing on stage at Lafayette High School. He mentions that he still proudly displays a golden plaque from the class named him the best teacher. The letter is a glowing and affectionate tribute to the respected mentor figure. It serves to provide a formal, authoritative, validation of the boy genius narrative that a central theme of the scrapbook. Dr. Levy portrays Epstein as a enigmatic and brilliant student destined for wonderful, fascinating things. The tone is one of immense pride and nostalgia. I don't know. The genius thing's starting to kind of. Oh, the girlfriends. Oh, the girlfriends. Finally, we are here. We are at the girlfriends. I don't want to quit the girlfriends before we fucking end tonight because I should be starting on the goddamn girlfriends. To be honest, should be like, you guys have to wait till tomorrow for the girlfriends. But we can do the girlfriends. We can at least do one of the girlfriends. God damn, dude. The boy genius stuff. Here's the thing. I feel like he's a very smart individual who was probably highly manipulative and like very cult leader like, all that kind of stuff. And then, you start getting all this money and you're so kind of just demanding and assertive. People don't really ask many questions. They just say that you're a financial guy. You're a financial guy. Do I want to know where the fucking money came from and who the fucking lady is redacted? Yeah. But I feel like a lot of this is like, they're like, oh man, he was actually a pedophile the whole time. And it was like, no. No. There's a human being that was doing a lot of stuff. And then when you get a lot of power, you start abusing that power. And that's what he was doing. That's what happened here with them. And let's see. He also might have just been an abusive person to begin with, too. 75. It's a typed letter written by a longtime friend of Jeffrey Epstein for the birthday. The sender's name is redacted because it's girlfriends. Dearest Jeffrey, if I were to list my lifetime achievements, surely scoring higher than you on the 9th grade algebra regent would rank in the top 10. I'll never forget the exhilaration of considering myself smarter than Jeffrey Epstein in math. The same year, you not only performed mathematical magic by tutoring me to get a perfect score on the regent, you thrilled our class in music by playing California Dreaming on the piano, and thrilling me even more by stealing a kiss after The Sound of Music at a Radio City Hall. When we met again sometime after college, you had shoulder-length curls, more wonderful hand-embroidered denim work shirts, and tight jeans, and drove a brown Camaro with a glove compartment full of parking tickets. Needless to say, you had overgrown your shyness around girls and even confessed that you participated in peace marches because they were the easiest places to get laid. A truly unique perspective on political activism in the 1970s. A few years later, during a trip to Palm Beach, we were driving around admiring the homes when you pointed in the direction of a particular impressive mansion and said, "One day I'm going to own that." I smiled and considered your comment nothing more than wishful thinking. Many mansions later, you have shown me the importance of having a vision and the determination to pursue it. a lesson I continue to rely upon for inspiration. For lessons in algebra to lessons in life, the lessons I've learned from you during the past 35 years haven't always been easy or even ones that I would have chosen to learn, but they were always important. I'm very grateful to have you for a friend and hope that if you ever need help solving a rate time/distance problem, you won't hesitate to call. All my love, redacted. This personal letter from a friend who knew Jeffrey Epstein for at least 35 years since they were teenagers celebrates several key aspects of Epstein's persona. The boy genius, it lionizes his intelligence, particularly in math and in music. Ambition, it recounts the now famous story of him deciding his intention to one day own a massive Palm Beach mansion, framing his immense ambition as an inspirational quality. The charming rogue, it fondly recalls his 1970s appearance and cool persona. The letter contains one of the single most revealing and damning anecdotes in the entire scrapbook. The predatory mindset revealed. The line, you had outgrown your shyness around girls and even confessed that you participated in peace marches because they were the easiest places to get laid, is a stunning first-hand account of Epstein's core motivations from a young age. It shows that his perception in a social cause was not driven by ideology, but by a cynical, opportunistic, and predatory desire for sex. It establishes a clear, decades-long pattern of behavior where Epstein viewed social environments as hunting grounds. This mindset is the very foundation of the sophisticated sex trafficking operation he would later build. Just as disturbing as Epstein confession is friends' reaction to it, the writer frames this chilling admission not as a red flag, but as a truly unique perspective, a quirky and even amusing anecdote. This demonstrates how Epstein's inner circle was conditioned to see his psychotic and predatory traits as eccentrics of a brilliant and charming man, a dynamic that allowed him to operate without consequence for decades. The inspiration the friend draws from Epstein's ambition to own the Palm Beach mansion is grotesquely ironic. Epstein did indeed acquire the mansion, and it became one of the primary locations where he sexually abused countless underage girls, a criminal enterprise enabled by the very wealth that this later celebrates as the achievement. That's what I mean. Like, I don't think that we can like live in a world where if you're gonna look at this whole thing like in reality, he's sitting there with his girlfriend and he goes, I'm gonna own that mansion one day. And she's like, okay, you're crazy. And like in his head, he's like, I'm gonna find some really hot rich bitch and then take a bunch of money and start extorting world leaders for sex. Like it's not what you think it is. It can't get there. It's too hard to get there until you find where the money is. Once you find where the money is, this thing becomes a lot easier. And there's money somewhere. The thing is like these algorithms for this legalized gambling called the stock market and banking, they're all patented. And so, yeah, he worked at one of these firms and then he moved and went to his own. And maybe he had a patent for how to like illegally funnel money in better than anybody else. And nobody will ever say anything. And to this day, it's patented. So And the people that know, and the people that don't want to, they can't know, because if they knew, then they would tell. And then you stop getting rich. I don't know. This whole thing's kind of fucking weird, man. There's a lot of people like Donald Trump. Is that what we're saying this guy was like? What are we villainizing? What is it? Is he a Weinstein? Or is he a Cosby? I see them as two different things there. Power and control over sex, though, it's not really all that different no matter what. It's just kind of like, if you want the power and control, then you take the power and control, and power, control, you know? Let's do one more. Last slide, guys, and then that's the evening, and we'll come back into the juicy girlfriend shit later. That one that was just written sounded like probably the most convincing argument that he had something to actually give, in essence of like being smart at math and stuff. But again, like maybe that was just implied because she now knows he's successful for finance. So she's like, wow, you must be a math genius. I was better than you at math. And it's like, in reality, it's like, yeah, you're better than him at math because he was never good at math. Okay, well, just some redacted photos. That's an easy one to get rid of there. What's this whole thing about, huh? I think it's just a school pin or something. Not that fun either. Ooh, that one's gonna be juicy. Okay, if this one's nothing, I will give us. If this one's nothing, I'll give us this one. Maybe that one. If this one's really bullshit too. It's 77. Let's see what 77 is. The page contains 3 items related to Jeffrey Epstein's time at Mark Twain Junior High School in Brooklyn. A black and white photograph of the exterior of Mark Twain Junior High School, the school Epstein attended. A color photograph of a personal item, likely a pencil case or a wallet, embroiderized with the Mark Twain JHS crest. A classic patriotic illustration of an American flag with the text of Pledge of Allegiance printed beneath it. I don't know why that's in the girlfriend section. It's a strange one to have in the girlfriend section. Let's try 78. Fuck it. We'll go to 80. We'll go to 80. If the light goes out, we're fucking done. I'll go to 80 unless the light goes out. If the light goes out, I say good night. I'll see you guys never again. If so, we'll get to 80. I hope we get to 80. Because these ones are the juicy ones now that we're in the girlfriend territory. $78 is a page from the 50th birthday book. Scrapbook features what appears to be a yearbook inscription written by a teenage Jeffrey Epstein. The image shows a blank space for a photograph on the left and a handwritten note on the right, typical for a page from a school yearbook. 2, redacted. As she goes through the hall, please stop and stare. To see such a pretty girl with legs rolling here. from Jeffrey Epstein. Okay. The signature clearly indicates the author as a younger Jeffrey Epstein. The format and tone indicate it is a personal note written to a female classmate in her yearbook during his high school years. The message is a flirtatious compliment characteristic of a teenage boy. However, it is notable for its specific and somewhat objectifying focus on the girl's physical appearance, particularly his legs. Again, like, you can't get into the work, like all the speculation. We're talking about like the person that's being labeled the world's most notorious pedophile. Okay. Like, if he says you have nice legs, I'm not really worried about him saying that and how that could be construed. Okay. I think that's the problem we have here, is that you got to understand what you're working with. Was the guy a womanizer? Absolutely. We're not even arguing that. That's the problem with some people. They don't want to see things for the reality that they are. It's like, yes, absolutely womanizer, number one, no matter what. Now that we've agreed upon that, can we find out where he is, what the fuck he was doing? What was he doing? What was this guy doing, man? Page 79. Page 79. Okay. Oh, why does it do that? I hate when it does that. We're starting to lose it. Page 79. Okay. Bloop. 2 pages left for the day. This document labeled 79 is handwritten note from one of Jeffrey Epstein's childhood friends, written for the 50th scrapbook. To Jeffrey's woman. To Jeffrey's woman. To Jeff's woman. Roses are red, violets are blue, your hair is like gold. I wish mine were too. I'd love to see what I'd look like. I'd love to see what it'd look like. Yours worstly, Warren Epstein. The note is signed by Warren Epstein, who has been identified in previous documents as a member of Epstein's core group of friends from Brooklyn. The note is explicitly addressed to Jeff's woman in the context of 2003, when the book was compiled and given her central role in the book curation. This is a direct and unmistakable reference to Ghislaine Maxwell. The note is humorous, self-deprecating, and slightly flirtatious. Roses are red poem. The author compiles Maxwell's blonde gold hair and makes a joke at his own expense. The sign-off, yours worstly, is deliberate, jokey, misspelled of yours truly. Roses are red, violets are blue. Your hair is like gold. I wish mine were too. I'd love to see what I'd look like. Okay, what a fucking weirdo. Like, what? What? Final one for the night, guys, because that Warren guy is such a weirdo. I don't like him. I like the other two friends. I don't like him. Talking about Jeffrey Epstein's fucking friends. Weren't such a dork. He's not a pedophile at all, like the cool guys who are all clearly pedophiles. Last one of the night, guys. Thank you if you stuck with me, if you watched all night. That's pretty fucking crazy if you watched all night. If you didn't, we'll be editing this, dropping it on Spotify, etc., in long form for you to watch or listen to at your pleasure. And at some point, I'll be coming back and doing a second part to this, episode 100. because while we pushed through, we did not get the whole book at all. And this is what they do to you. They don't let you see it all, and then you find out later there's something in there. All right. Document number 80 is a custom-made page for the Jeffrey Epstein's 50th birthday scrapbook, designed to look like a memory book or a page from a junior high or high school yearbook. What the fuck? So now you're gonna fake fucking what the fuck? Okay. The page is a collage of typical yearbook style sections filled out with handwritten names and details. Class officers lists a president, vice president, secretary, and treasurer. My favorite, a list of personal favorites, including the book Cheaper by the Dozen, the song Light My Fire, the desired college, New York University, and the desired profession, teaching. My classmate, a list of names. Class leaders, this is the most significant section. It is a list of superlatives or titles voted on by peers. It includes categories like brightest, most popular, most looking. In the entry for wittiest, the name Jeffrey Epstein is written. This is a nostalgic and highly critical. This is a nostalgic and highly curated tribute designed to evoke the specific memory of Epstein being voted wittiest in his class. It is not necessarily an authentic yearbook page, but rather a custom-made scrapbook page to highlight this significant achievement from his youth. The desire to be a teacher is also noted, referencing the actual career path he would briefly take at the Dalton School. Okay, what the fuck? Let me paint for you a story real quick, okay? Man does things growing, like he's a really, really smart kid. He's growing up in a shitty area. His parents and his dad nobody's ever gonna benefit from anything. They're all just fucking stuck in middle income. Stuck in New York. And yet he wants to get ahead. And he knows he can kind of manipulate people. He's been calling his friends, saying that he's their tutor. He had a whole situation with one of his friends where he said that he was from Brazil and told everybody he couldn't speak English, and that they puked on planes and coughed in certain ways and stuff, and it convinced everybody of it. This man, who is used to doing those weird manipulation tactics for absolutely no reason, it seems like, but has admitted to them as pranks, meets up with the youngest woman of the most notorious Black Ops CIA agent of post-World War II. And they together create a scrapbook for his 50th birthday in which they place throughout a bunch of different fake things that never existed in order to show you that he represents what everyone says that he represents. Yet no one can really reference what it is that he represents or what he is. That's what's fucking... I'm back on the A train. I think this motherfucker was hunting for people. I think whoever redacted is where the money came from. I think Ghislaine Maxwell is absolutely tied in. I think they were giving out money to extort shit out of people. Because even this book, there's making shit up. It's making shit up for no reason. Then there's other pages where they're not making shit up, but they're reminiscing about making shit up. Wild. Happy 100th, everybody. Thank you guys for 100 episodes, for being here, for watching this fucking thing. I'm going to keep making them. There's only like 10 of you that even watch this damn thing. If you watch this show, comment, have a conversation. Be like, wow, I actually listened to this fucking idiot. And then I can talk to you and be like, I'm not an idiot. You're an idiot. I won't call you an idiot, though, because you're awesome if you're watching. But I need this to work out, guys. So I need to start showing the fuck up. Okay? Show up every single day. After today, I should be qualifying for the Rumble fucking creator program thing. So we'll see if that gives me some money. Be wonderful. Have a good day. Have a good night. Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell are both criminal spies that fucking created Mossad and the Israeli op fucking thing. And now that they're both gone and put away and all that shit and they fucked it all up,